thick silence pressed down upon the land, suffocating, endless. Eldritch awoke, his body cold yet unfamiliar. He lay still for a moment, his mind struggling to grasp the new reality unfolding before him. The air was heavy, tainted with something ancient and unholy. Slowly he sat up, his fingers sinking into the ground beneath him. It was not earth. It pulsed as if it were alive, the surface slick with crimson. Blood. The land itself fed on it, drank it, thrived upon it. As far as his eyes could see, the horizon was endless and desolate, painted in shades of deep black and dying red. The sky overhead held no stars, no moon, only shifting clouds that churned like liquid shadow. Eldritch exhaled slowly, his breath shaky, not from exhaustion, but from something else, something he had not felt in centuries. Weakness. He looked down at his hands. They were unfamiliar, smooth, untouched by decay or the curse of undeath. Gone were the long withered fingers of a vampire elder. In their place were the hands of a man, young, strong, yet human. His heart pounded. He had a heartbeat. With trembling fingers, he touched his face. No scars, no withered flesh. His skin was firm, untouched by the centuries. He ran his fingers through his hair, thick and full, no longer the brittle strands of an ancient being. His breath hitched. He tried to move through the shadows, to disappear into them as he had done for so long. But nothing happened. No flicker of power, no shift into the void. He reached for something, anything, but the well of darkness he had drawn upon for centuries was gone. He was human again. Eldritch clenched his fists, trying to steady himself as a wave of unease crashed over him. It wasn't fear, not in the way mortals felt fear. It was something deeper, more primal. He knew where he was. This was Nocturna's domain, the afterlife of all elders, the inevitable end that so many had convinced themselves was myth. For all their arrogance, for all their claims of eternity, they were nothing but fleeting sparks in the endless cycle. And now he was here, in the heart of the abyss, where all elders came to serve the vampire god. Eldritch took a slow step forward, his boots sinking slightly into the blood-soaked earth. He did not know where he was going. There were no landmarks, no structures, only the endless horizon of black and crimson. But he walked, because that was all he could do. The wind howled softly in the distance, carrying with it whispers too faint to understand. Perhaps they were the voices of others who had come before him, lost souls wandering through Nocturna's grasp. Eldritch lifted his gaze to the empty sky. Was this eternity? A slow, meaningless march through a land that devoured all. His hands curled into fists. Nocturna would not break him. He had been many things in his lifetime, a man, a monster, an elder, but never had he been a slave. And if Nocturna believed he would bow like the others before him, he was mistaken. He was Eldritch, and he would not go quietly into the abyss. So he walked. Chapter 2. The Price of Power. Eldritch walked and walked. The desolate land stretched endlessly before him, an ocean of blackened crimson that pulsed beneath his every step. The sky remained void of stars, of a moon, of any semblance of life beyond the churning abyss of darkness above. The very air pressed against his skin, thick and oppressive, filled with whispers too faint to decipher. Then, in the distance, a figure. His heart quickened, not with hope, but with urgency. A shred of familiarity in this forsaken realm. He rushed forward, his breath heavy, though not from exhaustion. Human fragility, another cruel reminder of what he had become. As he neared, the figure came into view. A man, or what remained of one. His body was withered, his skin sagging over brittle bones. His hair, long and matted, draped over a face that had been worn by agony. His eyes, hollow and sunken, stared forward with a dull, endless emptiness. "Hello," Eldritch called, his voice breaking the unnatural stillness. The man barely reacted. Eldritch reached him, dropping to one knee, gripping his frail shoulders. "Are you all right?" The man slowly lifted his gaze, and his cracked lips parted, his voice weak and distant, barely more than a whisper. "This is our payment." Eldritch frowned. "Payment?" The man exhaled, long and slow, as if even breathing was a struggle. "To be fed upon forever." Eldritch felt the weight of those words before he even understood them. A chill ran through him, but before he could respond, the man pointed downward. Eldritch followed the motion. His stomach twisted. The black crimson beneath him was shifting, moving. The thick, parasitic substance coiled around his boots, pulsing, feeding. The land itself was drawing from him, devouring him. He stepped back instinctively, but it made no difference. The blood clung to him, tendrils wrapping around his feet like roots sinking into the ground. "The land is Nocturna," the man muttered. "It feeds as we once fed." Eldritch's hands curled into fists. This can't be the afterlife. This can't be all that there is." The man let out a hoarse, bitter laugh, though there was no joy in it. "We had our gift. Now we pay the price." His voice grew darker, as if his very essence was unravelling with each word. "An eternity of being consumed. The power we wielded in life was never ours. It was borrowed. Nocturna always takes his payment in the end." Eldritch shook his head. "No." His voice was firm, defiant. "No god rules over me." The man raised a trembling hand, pointing to the endless horizon. "Look." Eldritch followed his gaze, and what he saw sent a cold shudder through his body. The black crimson was not merely a river of liquid. It was a mass, a writhing, congealed mass of human limbs, bones and faces, some of which had long since melted into the pulsing substance, barely distinguishable, mouths frozen in silent screams, hands reaching, grasping, only to sink back into the abyss. This place was built on them, the blood of the fallen. "This is the price," the man said, his voice barely audible, "for the power we borrowed." Eldritch stared, the weight of it pressing down upon him. He had spent centuries seeking knowledge, bending the fabric of existence to his will. He had cheated death, stolen time, built a legacy upon shadows and whispers. And now he stood upon the remains of those who had come before him, those who had thought themselves eternal. A slow, creeping realization began to claw at the back of his mind. This was not an afterlife. This was a tomb built on the arrogance of those who had once called themselves gods. Eldritch kept moving, step after step. The vast, desolate expanse of Nocturna's realm stretched endlessly in all directions. Time no longer had meaning here. There was no sun and no moon, no change, only the ceaseless pull of the black-crimson mass beneath his feet, feeding upon him with each moment. His body, once powerful, was frail. His once boundless energy had been reduced to the sluggish endurance of a man. The awareness of his mortality gnawed at the edges of his mind, but he did not stop. To stop was to be consumed. Up ahead, another figure, tall, broad-shouldered, strong in stature, but already affected by this place. His steps were slow, his presence lacking the inhuman force of an elder. Eldritch called out, his voice breaking the silence. "Hello?" The man turned sharply, his expression tense. His sharp eyes studied Eldritch warily. "Where are we? I was just destroyed by a hunter, and then I appeared here." Eldritch walked up beside him. "We are in the realm of Nocturna," he said, gesturing toward the darkened sky. Then pointing down at their feet, he added, "And it seems this entire place is Nocturna." The man followed his gaze. His breath caught. The black-crimson substance had coiled around his boots, pulsing, drawing from him. "What is this?" the man rasped. "My power. It's gone. I am just a man." Eldritch exhaled slowly. "Come, we need to keep walking, or we will be consumed where we stand." The man hesitated for only a moment before nodding. Together they walked, their footsteps slow and deliberate, each one resisting the pull of the feeding land beneath them. After some time, the man finally spoke. "I should introduce myself. I am Varric." Eldritch gave a nod of acknowledgement. "How long?" Varric sighed. "Nearly 40 years as an elder." He flexed his fingers, staring at his human hands in disbelief. Becoming a man again feels helpless. Eldritch glanced at his own hands, feeling the weight of mortality settle in his bones. "I have been an elder for many centuries. I had almost forgotten what this felt like." They continued walking, conversing as they went. They spoke of their past lives, their transformations, and the nature of this realm. They spoke of the arrogance of elders, of the illusion of their power, and the finality of their fate. Then, as the endless walk stretched on, Eldritch spoke of something different. "I once had a friend," he said. "A man, just a man." Varric scoffed lightly. "You, an elder, speaking so highly of a man." Eldritch smirked faintly. "He was the most powerful being I have ever known, more powerful than the gods combined." Varric stopped in his tracks. His eyes locked onto Eldritch with sudden intensity. "A man, more powerful than the gods." Eldritch nodded. "Can he save us?" Varric asked, almost desperately. Eldritch's expression darkened. "No," he said simply. "To do so would upset the balance, something he has sworn to protect." Varric was silent for a moment. Then he chuckled, a low, amused sound. "I know this winter you speak of." Eldritch's gaze sharpened. "You do?" Varric smirked. "Yes, he stole my power once." Eldritch narrowed his eyes. "Did he?" Varric nodded. "But I understood why." His voice grew distant, as if recalling something ancient. "And I must say, even I respect him." Yeah, then suddenly, Varric stopped walking. His form began to ripple, like a mirage bending under the weight of something far greater. Eldritch took a step back as the change unfolded before him. The figure of Varric twisted, his body shifting like liquid shadow. His once human flesh became something else entirely, something vast, something ancient. The air around them thickened, the weight of his presence growing oppressive. And then, in a voice that resonated through the very fabric of this realm, he spoke. "Excuse me, Eldritch. I wanted to know you." Eldritch's jaw tightened as realization dawned. He took another step back, his muscles tensing. "Nocturna." The being smiled, a slow, knowing expression. "Ah, you figured it out. Clever, clever." Eldritch's eyes darkened. "Are you expecting me to kneel?" Nocturna let out a deep chuckle. "No, no," he said, shaking his head. "You have me all wrong, Eldritch." The shadows around him shifted, his form stabilizing into something vaguely humanoid once more. His gaze was sharp, piercing. "I am a force. I am not evil. nor am I good. I am simply what is. Eldritch remained still, unmoving. I give my power freely to you, elders, Nocturna continued, his voice carrying a strange warmth. You take it, you use it, and in return, you will feed me forever. Eldritch's expression was unreadable. He did not flinch, did not speak. Nocturna's smile widened, his presence more overwhelming than before. Now come, he said, gesturing forward. Let us walk a bit more. I would really love to chat. And so, Eldritch walked with Nocturna, the god of vampires himself. Chapter 4. The Trade of Power. You see, Eldritch, Nocturna mused as they walked across the endless blood-soaked plains. I am very much like you. I understand you and your way of thinking. His voice was smooth, rich, with an almost amused undertone. The vampire god strode beside Eldritch, as though they were nothing more than two equals engaged in conversation. But the weight of his presence was suffocating. Eldritch had spoken with kings, elders, and ancient creatures before, but never had he felt such vastness in a single being. I offer a trade, Nocturna continued. I give you power. You accept it. Wield it for as long as you can, with no restrictions, no limits. I put no time stamp on it. Use it until you burn out, until your body crumbles, until you have taken everything you can from it. And when it is finished, you pay for that power. He turned his dark, glimmering eyes towards Eldritch. After all, isn't that your code? Fair trade in all things? Eldritch's expression remained unreadable. His steps did not falter, but his voice carried a quiet defiance. Yes. But this hardly seems fair. We never knew the price. Nocturna halted suddenly, his gaze sharpening. Because you never ask. The words struck like a thunderclap. The very ground beneath them trembled. A ripple spread across the crimson-black surface, as if the realm itself reacted to its master's fury. Then, as quickly as the outburst came, it faded. Nocturna exhaled deeply, rolling his shoulders as if shaking off the weight of centuries of frustration. Oh, excuse me, he muttered, shaking his head. Sometimes I get very hot-tempered. Hundreds of years of complaints, it really does wear on one's patience. He gestured for them to keep walking, his mood seemingly lightened. Now tell me, Eldritch, you knew Winter well. How is he able to wield such power as a man? His mind must be something supernatural. Eldritch did not answer immediately. He kept his gaze forward, watching the endless horizon as he walked beside a god. No, he finally said. He's just a man. He had a purpose and the will to see it through. Nocturna's brows furrowed, his amusement flickering into something darker. A man could never best me, he snapped, his voice vibrating through the air. The sky above them seemed to shift, the swirling darkness above twisting angrily. Then, as if catching himself, Nocturna exhaled and waved a dismissive hand. Oh, there I go again, that temper of mine. He chuckled, though his smile did not reach his eyes. He cast a sidelong glance at Eldritch. Do you think there is a way to take his knowledge and use it? Eldritch smirked faintly. I don't think you're powerful enough for that. Nocturna stopped walking. His expression darkened. You dare? The very air turned heavy, suffocating. The black-crimson ground beneath them slithered and pulsed, coiling like a living thing. Then Nocturna laughed, a slow, rumbling sound that was almost entertained. Oh, "Oh, so sorry. I'm not used to speaking with mortals," he said, shaking his head. "I forget how fragile you all are." Eldritch narrowed his eyes. "So let me get this straight. Your idea of a fair trade is to give a few years of power in exchange for an eternity of suffering." He scoffed. "That sounds more like theft, especially considering the buyer never even knows the price." Nocturna grinned. "You could have always said no." Eldritch let out a dry, bitter laugh. "But no one ever does." "Exactly," Nocturna beamed. "Power! Power! More power! It's all you ever ask for. You take and take and take. But when it's time to pay," he sighed dramatically, "complain, complain, complain." Eldritch didn't respond. He simply walked, and Nocturna walked beside him. They travelled deeper into the endless void, speaking of many things: morality, power, the illusion of eternity. They spoke of gods and men, of bargains and their consequences. And through it all, Eldritch listened, because for the first time he was speaking with the very thing he had spent centuries defying, the one truth that no elder had ever escaped, the force that had always been watching. Chapter 5: A Different Kind of Prison. "I like you, Eldritch," Nocturna mused, his voice carrying across the endless abyss of Nocturna's feeding grounds. "There is something about you. Your strength, your will, your code." Eldritch scoffed. "You mean the fact that Winter was my friend, that I saw him as the most powerful being?" The smile on Nocturna's face did not waver, but the air around him did. The very realm itself trembled in response to his unspoken anger. For a long moment, Nocturna said nothing. Then, with forced lightness, he waved a hand dismissively. "Well, let's not dwell on that," he said, his voice smooth but just a shade too controlled. "I want you to think of me as your friend too. I want you to see me as I truly am, the most powerful of the gods." Eldritch narrowed his eyes, but he remained silent. Nocturna continued, gesturing around them. "I select certain powerful allies, those who prove themselves worthy, to continue their existence within my realm without being devoured. You see, Eldritch, I am not without mercy." A slow, knowing smile stretched across his face. With a simple wave of his hand, the land before them changed. The dark, parasitic expanse of blood and suffering vanished, replaced by something entirely different. A town. It was small, but lively. The land here was fresh, untouched by the horror that stretched beyond it. Greenery stretched across rolling hills. Trees with crimson leaves swayed gently in an unseen wind. The air smelled different. Clean, if such a thing could exist in a god's prison. Scattered among the streets were people, elders, or rather, those who had once been. They looked human, like Eldritch did now, their vampire bodies stripped away, yet they did not seem to be suffering. They walked freely, some laughing, some speaking in hushed voices, others simply existing in a way that was utterly foreign to the nightmare Eldritch had just endured. Nocturna's voice was calm, almost warm. "Come, Eldritch. Let us leave that other place behind. You are not meant for the feed. You are meant for greater things." Eldritch didn't move immediately. His sharp gaze flickered from Nocturna to the town before him. Skepticism etched across his face. "And what is this place, exactly?" Nocturna chuckled, stepping beside him. "This is my gift to those I choose to keep. You see, I have others. Other powerful beings, once elders, whom I can return to the world should I wish. They live here, growing in strength and knowledge." His gaze darkened slightly. "Just like you, and just like Winter." Eldritch turned his head sharply at that. Nocturna grinned. I'll leave you here for now. Get used to the place. It's far better than the alternative, wouldn't you say?" He gestured behind them, where the black-crimson wasteland still loomed, stretching forever into the horizon. Eldritch let out a slow breath. It was still a prison, but it was a different kind of prison. A silence hung between them for a moment before Eldritch spoke. "One last thing, Nocturna." Nocturna paused, raising an eyebrow. "You mentioned you could return elders if you wished," Eldritch said carefully. "Have you done so since winter reset reality?" For the first time, the expression on Nocturna's face changed. Hatred, pure, raw, unfiltered hatred. It was there for only a fraction of a second before his face smoothed back into neutrality. But Eldritch had seen it. Nocturna's voice, when he spoke, was calm, but the weight beneath it was dangerous. "No," he said simply. "To do so would upset the balance, and then winter would come for me." Eldritch said nothing. Nocturna smiled again, but there was something behind it now, something hidden, something fearful. "Enjoy your new home, Eldritch," he said. Then, with a flicker of shadow, he was gone. Eldritch turned back to the town. He took his first steps toward it, his sharp mind already working, already questioning. He had left the suffering of the endless wasteland behind, but he had walked into something else entirely, and he was sure this was only the beginning. Eldritch stepped forward, his boots pressing against the cobblestone streets of the town. The air was thick, suffocating, not with heat, but with something unseen, something heavy. The sky above was locked in perpetual twilight, an abyss of swirling black and crimson, shifting like the breathing of some unseen entity. As he walked, shutters slammed shut, doors creaked and groaned as they were locked from the inside. Figures once visible in windows turned away, vanishing into the dim, candle-lit interiors of their homes. The entire town recoiled from him, as though he were an intruder. The architecture was ancient, untouched by time. Stone houses with thatched roofs, wooden beams weathered with age. There was no electricity, no hum of modern life, only the dim flicker of oil lanterns hanging from rusted hooks, casting elongated shadows that seemed to stretch too far. The people, they were darker still. They moved with an unnatural stillness, their faces gaunt, their eyes hollow. Some wore expressions of resignation, others of quiet fear. These were not mortals, nor were they elders in the way Eldritch had known them to be. They were prisoners, each one carefully selected, hand-picked by Nocturna. Why? Some perhaps had been powerful in life, elders of great renown held in reserve should Nocturna need them. Others, scholars and sages, trapped here for the knowledge they held. And some were simply playthings, trophies of a god's amusement. But none of them spoke to Eldritch. He continued his path through the lifeless streets, the sound of his own footsteps echoing too loudly. The dread of the place seeped into his very bones, a slow, creeping thing that whispered to him in silence. Then ahead he saw it. A house, larger, more prominent than the others, standing at the very heart of the town. Its structure loomed over the smaller buildings, its presence casting a deep, unnatural shadow upon the street. The windows were dark, the door shut tight, but something about it felt alive. Eldritch halted. A chill ran through him, one he had not felt in centuries. Then movement. A woman stood across the street, her form barely illuminated by the dim glow of lanterns. Her face was hidden beneath a tattered veil, her body wrapped in a flowing black dress that moved slightly, though there was no wind. She was staring at him. Eldritch took a step toward her. "Who lives there?" The woman did not answer at first. Her head tilted slightly, as if listening to something far away, something that spoke only to her. Then, in a murmur, soft, distant, and yet filled with something heavy, she whispered, "The beast!" A slow, paralyzing silence filled the space between them. Eldritch felt something shift in the air, an unseen weight pressing against him, as if the very town itself had held its breath. This was no ordinary place. This was no ordinary afterlife. This was a cage for beings who had once been more than gods, now stripped of power, kept as trophies, as pets, as weapons waiting to be unleashed. Eldritch knew what this was. It was Nocturna's collection, and he was now part of it. Eldritch moved towards the large building. The closer he got, the more it stood out. Unlike the rest of the town, which felt abandoned, broken and decayed, this building was different, almost regal, a structure of power standing defiantly in the heart of a village of the damned. He could feel it, the weight of something watching him, waiting. "You there, over here?" A voice, low, urgent. Eldritch turned sharply, his instincts flaring. To his right, a narrow alleyway drowned in darkness, a figure barely visible within. He clenched his fists, feeling the limits of his new, fragile body. He was no longer an elder, no longer untouchable. A trap could mean his end. "Show yourself," Eldritch commanded. The figure hesitated, then stepped forward, just enough to be seen. Eldritch's breath caught. He knew that face. A vampire he had met centuries ago, a powerful elder in his time, now reduced to a frail, nervous man, his once imposing figure hunched as though he carried a weight too great for him. His once brilliant golden eyes had dulled, replaced with something hollow. "Eldritch," the man said, his voice shaking slightly. "It's me, Varos." For the first time since he arrived in this wretched place, Eldritch felt something real. "Varos?" he murmured, stepping forward, his caution fading for a moment. Varos nodded quickly. "Come, not here." Eldritch followed as Varos led him through the twisting streets of the town, moving like a man always expecting danger. They stopped at a small, decrepit house, tucked between two other worn-down buildings. The door creaked as they entered, and inside, the room was simple. A wooden table, a few chairs, a fireplace, where a small flame struggled to fight off the eternal cold of Nocturna's realm. Varos gestured for Eldritch to sit, taking a seat across from him near the fire. "You look terrible," Eldritch said, studying his old acquaintance. Varos let out a dry laugh. "You should have seen me in the feeding grounds. Compared to that nightmare, this place is merciful." His expression darkened, and then, almost mechanically, he added, "Nocturna is merciful. He's powerful. We are grateful to share this place. We praise Nocturna and his mercy." Eldritch's eyes narrowed. The way Varos said it was unnatural, rehearsed, forced. "So," Eldritch said slowly, watching Varos's reaction, "he knows everything that happens here, I take it?" Varos gave a slow, deliberate nod. Silence fell between them for a moment. The fire crackled weakly. Then Varos sighed, rubbing his face, as if the very act of speaking was exhausting. "How did you get here, Eldritch?" Eldritch exhaled, leaning back in his chair. "Cithrus!" Varos flinched at the name. "Ah, so he finally got you too." "Yes." Eldritch glanced at the fire. "And I suppose we all end up here, one way or another. The cycle continues." Varos gave a bitter chuckle. "Yes, the cycle. They sat in silence, the weight of the afterlife pressing against them both. Then Eldritch finally asked, "Who lives in that house? The large one at the centre of town?" Varos's expression darkened. His hands tightened into fists, his knuckles pale. He looked away from Eldritch, staring into the flickering flames. "Do not go there, Eldritch," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Eldritch leaned forward. "Why?" Varos swallowed. "The beast." The room felt colder at those words. "Many come here, Eldritch," Varos continued, his voice hollow. "But many also disappear. We know it's him. He takes them, and once they are taken, they do not return." Eldritch watched Varos carefully. Even now, without his powers, Varos let out a shaky breath. "Even as a man, he is mad with bloodlust." His voice dropped lower. "The thirst never left him, and he takes it out on those trapped here." A shadow passed over Varos's face. Fear, real fear. Eldritch leaned back, his fingers drumming against the wooden table. So Nocturna collected elders, kept them, shaped them, perhaps even prepared them for something. But this was different. This was something he had to see for himself. After a long silence, Eldritch finally spoke. "I need to go there." Varos's face darkened, his eyes filling with something between fear and resignation. "Eldritch," he said quietly, "don't. This is not my fate." Eldritch continued, standing. "And Nocturna knows it. He put me here to go and confront this so-called beast, and so I will." Varos exhaled slowly, shaking his head. "Be careful," he muttered. "He is not like us. I think he was evil before he became an elder. Even today, many go missing in the night. We know he tortures them, kills them." Varos swallowed. "He does it to satisfy an urge." Eldritch met his gaze. Then that urge must be answered. Varos didn't argue. There was no point. He simply sighed, nodding once. And so Eldritch left, walking alone through the town's lifeless streets, heading toward the house at its centre. Far above, unseen by mortal eyes, Nocturna watched. A slow, wicked smile stretched across his lips as he observed the scene below. He had known this confrontation was inevitable. It was in Eldritch's nature to seek out the truth, just as it was in his nature to watch. It was all a game, and Nocturna loved his games. Eldritch reached the house. Stepping onto the worn stone steps, he raised a fist and banged on the heavy wooden door. For a long moment, there was silence. Then shouting. A muffled voice, deep and furious, roaring something unintelligible. Beneath it, the unmistakable sound of screaming, agony. A person in pain. The door creaked open. A woman stood before him, drained. Her body was covered in bruises, her arms wrapped in old scars, her lips split and barely healed. She had the look of someone long past fear, someone who had learned that fear meant nothing when there was no escape. Eldritch met her empty gaze. "I wish to see the owner of this place." She hesitated, then gave a small shake of her head, a warning. Then from deep within the house, a booming voice. "Let him in." The woman swallowed hard, stepping aside. Eldritch entered. The air inside was thick, heavy with something rotten. The floors, once polished wood, were stained, not with blood, but with something darker, something sickly. The flickering firelight barely illuminated the walls, which were lined with old ruined banners, as though the house had once belonged to a warrior of great renown. A massive chair faced the fireplace, a hulking figure seated within it, his form hidden in the shadows. A voice, deep, amused, unhinged. "Come, Eldritch," the figure said. "He told me you would come." Eldritch stepped forward, his body tensed as his gaze fixed on the man before him. Then, realization. The figure rose from the chair. Tall, broad shoulders, muscles rippling beneath the tattered shirt stretched across his frame. A thick, tangled beard covered his face, and his eyes, wild and burning with something dark, locked onto Eldritch with recognition. He moved with the ease of a warrior from an age long past, a relic of brutality given form, a voice thick with a Scottish accent. "Come, sit by my fire." Eldritch's breath caught in his throat. He knew this man, and he spoke his name in a whisper. "Duncan McDruston." Duncan laughed, a deep, guttural sound, filled with madness. Before Eldritch could respond, his gaze drifted downward. A man lay crumpled on the floor, beaten, blooded, broken. Duncan snarled, "Get out of here! Can't you see we have a guest?" The beaten man scrambled away, crawling with what little strength he had left. He disappeared into the darkness, his ragged breathing the only proof he was still alive. Duncan followed Eldritch's gaze, chuckling darkly. "This place is perfect, Eldritch," he said, his tone filled with something deeply unsettling. "They're already dead. No matter what you do to them, they don't die. It's almost heaven." His grin widened, his teeth yellowed and sharp. "I can beat them as hard as I want, tear them apart. But they never die. Never." His words trailed into something incoherent, muttered, a slur of ramblings that carried the weight of a man utterly consumed by madness. Eldritch remained still, watching him carefully. Duncan's laughter echoed through the room, his head tilting slightly. "He keeps me here, you know. He teases me with these playthings. But one day..." His fingers twitched, his massive hands curling into fists. "One day, he will free me back into the world, where I will fulfill my destiny." He looked at Eldritch now, his eyes gleaming. "You should have seen us, Eldritch, Azrael and I." His voice grew nostalgic. "We were a force of pure destruction." Eldritch nodded slowly. "I have heard of your exploits, Master." Duncan froze. The room went still. Then slowly, ever so slowly, he turned his gaze fully upon Eldritch. "No one has called me that for a long time," Duncan muttered, his voice quieter. "Not since..." Then his face changed. Recognition. "Wait," Duncan said. His lips curled, his teeth grinding together. "He was a friend of yours, wasn't he?" Eldritch remained silent. Duncan sneered. "That no-good cheating elder." A pulse of rage passed over his face, his nostrils flaring. "He cheated in our fight." Duncan growled. "I won. I beat them all. No one defeats the Master. No one." His roar shook the room, his entire body trembling, his muscles flexing, as if preparing to lash out at something unseen. Eldritch's sharp eyes didn't miss it. The way Duncan twitched, his hands clenching and unclenching, his shoulders hunched forward like an addict craving his next dose. He needed something. Duncan turned, snapping his fingers. A frail servant appeared instantly, and without hesitation, Duncan struck, a savage blow sending the servant sprawling. Another strike, and another. The man collapsed to the ground, twitching, his body barely clinging to life, and Duncan only smiled. Something dark and wet splattered across his face. He inhaled deeply, savouring it. His hands trembled. His breath came in ragged, hungry gasps. Eldritch watched. Duncan McDruston was not a warrior. He was not even a man. He was something else, something twisted, something wrong. And as Duncan turned back to him, grinning through bloodied teeth, Eldritch knew one thing. This was not just a confrontation. This was a reckoning. Eldritch watched cautiously. Duncan's movements were unpredictable, his mind shifting from madness to laughter and back again in the space of a breath. The massive warrior paced, speaking with the confidence of a man who believed himself unbreakable. Eldritch studied him, then finally spoke. "So how will he send you back?" Duncan roared with laughter, a booming, guttural sound. His entire body shook with it, as if the very question was absurd, from a crazed man to a jovial one in seconds. "He will send me back," Duncan said, grinning, "when the job cannot be done by the weak, when the world requires the strongest, the unstoppable. That is when he will call for me." Eldritch nodded slowly, his mind calculating. Then, risking much, he replied, "Nocturna told me something different." Duncan's expression froze. Eldritch continued, his voice measured. "He told me he cannot send anyone back, that to do so would upset the balance, and to upset the balance would bring the keeper of the balance to Nocturna's door." Silence. Duncan's fingers twitched. His entire body went rigid. "He promised me my return," Duncan said, his voice quiet but dangerous. "He does not lie." "I do not think he does," Eldritch replied carefully. "After all, he told me the truth." Duncan said nothing. His jaw tightened, his breathing shallow and sharp. Then, without warning, he smiled again. "Come, Eldritch," Duncan said. "Follow me." Eldritch hesitated, then walked alongside him. They left the house, stepping into the cold, twilight-lit streets. The town was silent as they passed, doors locked, windows shut tight. The people knew better than to watch whatever Duncan McDruston was doing. They reached the edge of town, where the eternal feeding ground of Nocturna's realm met the land of the village. Eldritch's eyes narrowed. There, piled upon each other, hundreds of bodies, not dead, not alive either. They squirmed, shifting in endless agony, their flesh writhing, melting, dissolving at an impossible pace. Faces frozen in silent screams, limbs twisting into the black crimson of Nocturna's feeding ground, and Duncan, with the glee of a madman, pointed. "There," he said, voice filled with satisfaction. "He sends them to me. I cannot kill the already dead." He grinned wider, his eyes alight with something feral. "But I can put them here, and watch them slowly dissolve." Eldritch felt the weight of those words. This was entertainment to Duncan, the suffering of others, his amusement. Duncan tilted his head slightly, his massive form looming over Eldritch. "I wonder, Eldritch," he mused, his tone shifting, growing low and hungry. Did he send you here, so that I may do the same to you?" Eldritch did not move, did not react, because in that moment he knew Duncan was testing him, and if he showed fear, he would not walk away. Eldritch calculated his response carefully. Duncan was unpredictable, teetering between madness and aggression. A single wrong word, a misstep in tone, and the brute would turn on him like a rabid beast. He took a slow breath and spoke, his voice calm, unwavering. "Force should never be initiated against another," Eldritch began. "To do so is to abandon reason in favour of brute power. A man who chooses to use force as his first means of action has already surrendered his mind. He admits, without speaking, that he has no way to convince others, that his will alone is insufficient." Duncan squinted, his large, scarred hands curling into fists as he tried to grasp Eldritch's words. "But a man who is prepared to use force in return, that is a different matter entirely," Eldritch continued, watching Duncan's reaction. "For such a man does not seek violence, but understands its necessity. He will act only when he must, when there is no other choice. And when he does," Eldritch's voice grew colder, sharper, "the outcome is always terrible." Duncan stood there, staring, trying to understand. He did not fully grasp Eldritch's words, but he felt them. Something about them rang true in his core. Even if his mind couldn't shape the meaning, he had to either agree or admit that Eldritch was his superior, and that was something a man like Duncan could never do. So instead, he simply grunted and motioned for Eldritch to return to the house. They walked in silence for a time, the weight of the conversation settling between them. Duncan's shoulders seemed to relax, if only slightly. He exhaled through his nose, thinking, then spoke. "So why, then?" he asked, his tone quieter now. "Do you think he sent you to me?" Eldritch glanced at him. "Do you think he wants to see who is strongest?" A trap. Eldritch knew instantly. If he said yes, Duncan would attack him on the spot. If he said no, Duncan would believe it a lie, a ruse meant to disarm him. So Eldritch did what he always did. He adapted. He lied. "I am weak," Eldritch said plainly. "The last real battle I fought, I lost. I doubt one as intelligent as Nocturna would consider me a replacement for you." Duncan considered this, narrowing his eyes. Then Eldritch added, carefully placing the next piece of the game. "But," Duncan grunted, "but what?" Eldritch turned to him. "I have spent much time with the Keeper of the Balance. Perhaps Nocturna is seeking another way to send his strongest back." A double rebuttal, a subtle redirection, leaving Duncan with no opening. If he rejected the idea, he would be calling himself weak. If he accepted it, it meant Nocturna still had a purpose for him. Duncan exhaled, outsmarted, and simply nodded as they continued walking. Far above them, Nocturna watched. He did not care for either of these two men. He did not care who was stronger or who was weaker. He simply enjoyed the game. A day passed. Eldritch remained in Duncan's home, a guest in a house that reeked of violence and madness. Even in the quiet of his room, he could hear the beatings, the screams, new voices, each carrying fresh agony. It did not stop. Duncan's hunger for destruction was insatiable. Then, silence. Not just a pause between the suffering. Something else. Something unnatural. Eldritch sat still, listening. In the absence of sound, he thought. He planned. What would Winter do? Winter, a mere man, had defeated gods. Not with strength, not with power, but with knowledge, precision. Eldritch exhaled slowly. I must pull from that. A knock on the door. Eldritch turned. Once again, the battered woman stood there, her eyes hollow, her body trembling. She did not speak. She simply gestured for him to follow. Without a word, he rose and obeyed. She led him downward, beneath the house, into a vast underground hall. Larger than it should be. The ceilings stretched high, flickering torchlight, casting eerie shadows across the stone walls. Seated around the edges of the hall were 20 or so men and women, clearly of high standing in this wretched place. Elders, stripped of power, but still clinging to whatever remnants of authority they could claim, and in the centre of the hall, Duncan. The woman gestured for Eldritch to sit. He did, and he watched. A man was pushed into the centre of the hall. He stumbled, barely able to keep his footing. A sacrifice. Duncan turned, grinning. Without hesitation, he attacked. The man did not stand a chance. Duncan's ferocity was unmatched. Pure power. His fists landed with sickening cracks, his laughter echoing through the chamber as the man was beaten to the ground, broken, unable to fight back. Then, a voice. "No, no." Eldritch's stomach dropped. Varos, his old friend, was shoved forward, forced into the centre of the hall. A new opponent. Eldritch's eyes narrowed. This is a trap. They wanted to drag him into the fray, to force him to fight Duncan, to break him in front of the others. Eldritch's mind raced. Think, Eldritch, think. Winter, what would you do? Winter would already have the solution. Duncan raised his fists, ready to end Varos, and then Eldritch stood, his voice cut through the room like a blade. Pathetic. Silence. Every eye turned to him. Eldritch stepped forward. What kind of fight is this, when no one can actually die? His voice was sharp, filled with mockery. We are in the realm of Nocturna, and I see children playing with toys. Compared to the way we once hunted, compared to the way we killed, this is nothing. The room was dead silent. Duncan's fists clenched. Rage, confusion. He wanted to strike Eldritch down, but could not find the reason. Finally, someone in the crowd spoke. What do you suggest? Eldritch calculated. Every move had to be precise. He exhaled slowly. Something where there is at least a chance of destruction. His gaze swept over the gathered elders. This is like a child's playground, a game with no real stakes. We, who have fed on millions, are reduced to watching pretend battles. Some in the crowd muttered in agreement. Duncan was raging. I'll fight anyone, even you, Eldritch. Eldritch smirked. And what would that prove? Neither of us can die. We have already died once. A second voice called out. Then what do you suggest? Eldritch let the silence linger. Then he spoke. I've only been here a short time, but it seems to me that in this place, no matter what happens, we will not die. He let the words sink in. But out there, he turned his head towards the entrance, toward the eternal feeding grounds. Out there is a chance you won't come back. Murmurs spread through the gathered elders. Some stiffened, some leaned forward with curiosity. Eldritch continued, I suggest a hunt. The crowd stilled. Eldritch's voice was measured, confident. 2 enter. 1 comes back. The other is consumed. Silence. Then the crowd erupted. Shouts, cheers, excitement. Yes, some called. The hunt, the hunt. Duncan grinned. I will leave my opponent broken, unable to return in moments. Eldritch stood tall. Not him? The crowd went silent again. Duncan's grin faltered. Eldritch locked eyes with him. Me. Duncan's lips curled, his fists tightened. Then slowly, he smiled. A slow, twisted grin. This was not anger. This was excitement. Far above them, unseen by mortal eyes, Nocturna watched. He laughed. Eldritch stood at the edge of the feeding grounds, staring into the endless expanse of shifting, parasitic blood that pulsed beneath a sky of swirling black and crimson. Beside him, Varos was tense, his face twisted with frustration. This is madness, Eldritch, he muttered. You should have let me take the beating. I would have survived. Eldritch turned slightly, his expression unreadable. This has to stop, Varos continued. We are elders, not playthings. Eldritch smirked. I agree. Varos frowned. Then why are you going through with this? Eldritch exhaled slowly. Because I have a plan. He looked back at the gathered crowd, the 20 or so elders standing at the edge of the feeding grounds, their faces lit by flickering torches. They were eager for blood, for entertainment. Only one could come back. The other would be trapped forever, consumed by the feeding grounds, just like the thousands of souls writhing beneath the surface. Eldritch turned back toward the abyss. I will leave first. Duncan's gaze snapped to him, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked. Give me 10 minutes, Eldritch continued. Then come after me, Duncan, if you dare. Duncan's body trembled, unstable. Eldritch could see it, the uncontrollable rage boiling beneath the surface, barely contained. If Duncan caught him, that would be the end of Eldritch. He could not fight Duncan, not physically, but who needs to fight when they have intellect? Eldritch stepped forward, his boots sinking slightly into the sickly, pulsing terrain of the feeding grounds. He turned his head one last time and smirked. 10 minutes, Duncan? Then come meet me for the fight of your life, master. Duncan's body shook violently, his muscles twitching, his face twisting into something inhuman. He was beyond rage. Eldritch could hear his ragged, boiling breath, could see the veins bulging along his thick arms. Duncan could hardly contain himself, like a volcano ready to explode. And as Eldritch ran out into the feeding grounds, disappearing into the shifting abyss, he whispered to himself, "Now let's see how well you play my game." Eldritch ran, the endless mass of black-crimson flesh pulling at his boots, threatening to drag him under. He could already feel the feeding grounds draining him, leeching his essence like a parasite. "Pace yourself, Eldritch," he told himself. "Don't panic. Don't rush." Behind him, Duncan was a raging storm, his howls splitting the unnatural sky, his footsteps like thunder. "I'm coming for you, Eldritch. You will die screaming." Eldritch forced himself to keep moving, his mind already set on his plan. He remembered a particular area, one that had caught his attention when he first travelled through this wretched place. A mass of congealed bodies, half devoured by the feeding ground. The terrain was unstable, a place where the dead did not simply sink, but were pulled under by the collective agony of those already trapped. Eldritch, smaller, faster, lighter, could navigate it. Duncan, massive, unstoppable, blinded by bloodlust, would not. The ground shifted beneath him, tendrils of melted bodies stretching toward him, hungry. Eldritch jumped over them, his boots barely finding enough stability to keep moving forward. The closer he got, the more the land pulled at him, sensing new prey. "Move, Eldritch. Move before you get pulled under." The moment he passed the unstable ground, he stopped. Now on firmer terrain, he turned, waiting. His breath was ragged, his body weakened, his energy being fed upon even now. But he smiled, because Duncan had arrived. Duncan sprinted, eyes bloodshot, his rage consuming every thought. He did not see the trap, did not feel the ground shifting beneath him. He only saw Eldritch, standing, mocking him. With full force, Duncan charged, and his pace slowed. Step by step, his massive frame weighed him down. The ground clung to him, wrapping around his boots, his shins, his knees, swallowing him. Eldritch watched as Duncan struggled, his mind lost to the frenzy of bloodlust. Yet, the more he fought, the faster he sank. Then Duncan stopped. For the first time, perhaps ever, he was stuck. Eldritch stepped forward slightly, smirking. "I knew Nocturna favoured me over a brute." Duncan's eyes snapped up, pure mindless hatred consuming him. Eldritch continued, voice calm, measured, cutting. "He was never going to send you back, Duncan. Why do you think he kept you here all this time? If he truly wanted to return you to the world, he would have done it already. He would not have sent me." Duncan roared, thrashing, but his struggles only sank him deeper. The black-crimson mass climbed to his waist, yet his power never faded, his strength never wavered. He would struggle until the end. Eldritch let the words drip from his tongue like poison. "I walked over this land like a cat, Duncan, yet Nocturna holds you down. Why is that?" Duncan's body writhed harder, his every movement an explosion of pure fury, but it only helped him sink faster. Chest, shoulders, only his head remained above the surface. Eldritch tilted his head back, as if speaking to the sky itself. I have done what you asked, Nocturna. I have disposed of this one, the one you were bored with. Now you can send me back. Duncan froze. His mind, clouded by rage, suddenly registered the words. The realization hit him like a hammer. Nocturna, you lied to me. His final scream was not of rage, but betrayal. I will destroy you. And then the ground consumed him. His head disappeared, leaving only the rippling abyss in his wake. Eldritch stood for a moment, staring at the place Duncan had been. Then, without looking back, he turned and walked toward the town. Above, unseen, Nocturna laughed. Eldritch emerged from the feeding grounds, stepping onto solid land once more. The warmth of the torches greeted him, their flickering light, a stark contrast to the consuming darkness he had left behind. A moment of silence. Then, you did it! Varos rushed to him, grabbing him by the shoulders. His eyes shone with relief, with disbelief. And then the others cheered. We are free of him! The 20 elders, who had once watched the fight, erupted into celebration, their voices calling his name. Eldritch! 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 Doors opened in the town. Laughter rang out. Laughter that had not been heard in centuries. Men and women, once proud elders, reduced to shadows of themselves, now stepped from their homes. Freed from the grip of the master, they celebrated, clapped him on the back, praised him. Eldritch forced a smile, but he felt nothing, because he knew better than them. Meanwhile, in the feeding grounds, the black-crimson mass swirled violently, its surface shifting, unsettled. Then a hand, a massive, battle-worn hand, plunged through the abyss. It gripped something, and with effortless strength, it pulled. From the depths of the feeding ground, an unconscious Duncan McDruston was dragged free, limp, broken, defeated, and yet not lost. A figure loomed over him, his presence twisting the air itself, bending reality. Nocturna. His form was human, or at least something close to it, tall, slender, his eyes twin pits of infinite night. He looked down at Duncan's body with an expression of mock sympathy, brushing the filth from his champion's ruined armour. He sighed. Oh dear, he mused. Twice now have you failed me. His voice was amused, but not unkind. He knelt beside Duncan, tapping his cheek lightly, as if waking a sleeping child. But I cannot let you go, my champion. He ran his fingers across Duncan's chest, tracing invisible patterns, feeling the remains of his shattered power. No, no, Nocturna whispered. You are far too valuable for that. He turned his head slightly, as if looking into something unseen, something beyond mortal perception. Come, rest with Azrael, away from them, away from those who would mock you. A snap of his fingers, and Duncan's broken body vanished, swallowed by the shadows. Nocturna stood, dusting off his hands, looking toward the town, toward Eldritch. And he smiled. Now, we shall need to find another challenge for this Eldritch. His laughter was soft, but it carried through the entire realm. End. Part 3. Coming soon. Eldritch sat in Varus's small, dimly lit home, staring into the crackling fire, He had abandoned Duncan's grand house, left it to the servants, to the broken souls that once obeyed the master's every violent whim. It held no meaning to him. He was no ruler, no tyrant. Varos, ever watchful, poured a drink into a roughly carved wooden cup, handing it to Eldritch. "You're still thinking about leaving?" Eldritch didn't answer at first, simply watching the flames twist and dance. "This isn't my place. I need to find a way back." Varos exhaled, leaning back. "Then you already know the answer." Eldritch turned to him, brow furrowed. "Do I?" Varos smirked, taking a sip from his cup. "There is only one way in and out of this place, Eldritch. You know it. I know it. Everyone here knows it." A silence hung between them. Finally, Varos leaned in. "Nocturna." Eldritch clenched his jaw. He had known since he awoke in this cursed land, but saying it aloud gave it weight. Nocturna held the strings. Nocturna controlled the board. Nocturna decided who stayed and who left. If there was any chance of escaping, he would have to confront the god himself. Eldritch let out a breath. "Then I need to find a way to force his hand." The Council of Elders. A looming fear. Across the village, in a secluded gathering hall, the oldest of the elders sat in a flickering candle-lit chamber. They spoke in hushed tones, voices layered with centuries of fear. An elder, Callus, stood. "We have not seen them since Duncan arrived." Murmurs followed. Some nodded in agreement, others shifted uncomfortably. Another elder, Tyriel, narrowed her gaze. "And now that Duncan is gone." A silence. Then Callus spoke the words they all feared. "Then nothing is stopping them from coming back." Tension thickened. A younger elder, Lorik, shifted uneasily. "We've had peace for centuries because Duncan kept them at bay. He was strong enough to force them back. Without him..." He exhaled sharply. "They will come." Theriel's expression darkened. "The Blood Warriors." A stillness settled over the room. They had all seen what happened to elders who failed Nocturna's bargain. Those who lived too long. Those who were devoured by the very power they once wielded. They did not die. They became something else. And now they would rise once more. The feeding grounds, Nocturna's whisper. A realm without horizon, stretching into eternity. A land of blackened, pulsating crimson, shifting, writhing, devouring. This was the feeding grounds, the place where fallen elders, once whole, now rotted within the blood-soaked abyss. Nocturna stood at its edge, his form a shifting void, barely distinguishable from the endless night sky above. He raised a hand. His whisper carried on the wind. "The Master is no more." The words slithered across the realm, sinking into the parasitic land below. The ground stirred. The figures, half submerged in the abyss, twitched, gasped, snarled. For eons they had suffered, devoured, melted into the feeding grounds. For centuries they had clawed at the edges of oblivion, waiting. They were elders once. Now they were only hunger. Nocturna whispered again. "The village is unprotected." Their bodies shuddered as they began to pull themselves free. Hundreds of them, twisted, broken, their limbs stretched unnaturally, their eyes hollow pits of endless need. They had tried to reach the village before, but Duncan had kept them trapped, beaten, slaughtered whenever they dared to step beyond the feeding grounds. But now Duncan was gone, and the village stood open. Their sunken mouths widened, stretching into silent, twisted screams, their hollow, red eyes fixed forward. For the first time in centuries, they began to move. Their hunger would not be denied. A knock echoed through Varos's small home, breaking the heavy silence between the two men. Varos sighed, setting his cup aside. "Come in." The door creaked open, revealing an elder, his expression grim. His skin was pale and taut, his once regal features worn down by centuries of surviving in Nocturna's realm. Eldritch studied the man as he stepped inside, closing the door behind him. He was tall, gaunt, draped in a dark, heavy robe that barely concealed the skeletal nature of his frame. The elder's sunken eyes locked onto Eldritch. "I must speak with you." Varos glanced at Eldritch, who gave a small nod. "Go on," Eldritch said. The elder stepped closer to the fire, the glow casting deep shadows across his sharp features. "There is something you must understand about the Blood Warriors." Eldritch listened. The elder's voice was low, measured, but held a weight of fear beneath its calmness. "Long ago, they came, the ones who had already fallen, the ones who had already paid the price for Nocturna's gift, the warriors who had nothing left but their hunger." He paused, staring into the fire. "We thought we were doomed. They came in a horde, hundreds of them, dragging their half-devoured bodies across the blackened land, seeking refuge in the village, seeking to escape the feeding grounds. But Duncan did not let them." The elder's face twitched, as if remembering something he had long tried to forget. He fought them, endlessly, and he enjoyed it. We watched as he tore through them, again and again. No matter how many came, he never faltered. We thought he would grow tired, but he never did. To Duncan, it was a sport, a game, and so, eventually, they stopped coming. Eldritch leaned forward. "They feared him." The elder nodded. "Yes, Duncan was a monster, but even monsters have their uses. He kept them at bay. We lived under his madness. We suffered his wrath, but at least the Blood Warriors did not return." He turned to Eldritch, his voice quieter now. "But Duncan is gone." A cold realization settled in the room. The elder continued, his words edged with certainty. "They will come again." Far beyond the village, beyond the dark plains, across the endless expanse of the feeding grounds, the land shifted. A grotesque mass of blackened crimson pulsed, the ground twisting, writhing as if something beneath was awakening. And then they rose, hundreds. Elders who had once ruled with power, now reduced to shells, their bodies fused with the land, their forms twisted into something inhuman. Some dragged themselves forward, their melted flesh still clinging to the feeding grounds, their bones cracking as they pulled free. Others moved with jerky, unnatural steps, their limbs bending in ways no mortal body should, their mouths gaping open in silent screams of endless hunger, their glowing hollow eyes fixed on the distant village. And they began to march. A shadowed figure stood on the edge of the feeding grounds, watching the Blood Warriors move. Nocturna. His presence warped the air around him, his form barely distinguishable from the eternal blackness that surrounded him. A smirk played across his lips. "Let's see how you handle this, Eldritch." The god of eternal hunger watched, amused. For centuries, Duncan had played his role, but now, with the master gone, the village was vulnerable. This was not a test. This was entertainment. Nocturna wanted to see what Eldritch would do. Would he run? Would he fight? Would he fall? Nocturna chuckled softly as the first wave of Blood Warriors moved closer to the village walls. This was going to be fun. Eldritch sat across from Varos and the Elder, the fire between them casting long, flickering shadows against the walls. The air inside the home was thick with tension. Eldritch steepled his fingers, his mind already working through the problem. "Tell me," he said, his tone calm but measured. "Has there ever been a way to stop them?" The elder hesitated, his face grim. "Only with brute force." Silence. Varos sighed, rubbing his temples. "Then we are already at a disadvantage," Eldritch said. "I do not possess brute strength, nor does anyone in this village. We could create an army, but most here are weak, withered, barely surviving." He looked at the elder. "Without our elder powers, we are helpless." The elder's expression darkened. "We should never have let you destroy Duncan." Varos turned sharply toward him. "Are you serious? Duncan was a lunatic. If he were here, we'd still be suffering under his madness." The elder did not waver. "Perhaps, but at least we were safe from the Blood Warriors." Eldritch remained calm, his voice cold and logical. "And if we defeat them now, you will have peace. Is that not worth everything?" The elder didn't answer immediately. He merely stared into the fire, as if searching for the courage to admit the truth. Finally, after a long silence, he spoke. "We do not wish to be forced into the feeding grounds, to be devoured for eternity." Eldritch's gaze didn't waver. "Maybe you won't have to." Later that night, Eldritch stood alone at the village's edge, staring out into the endless abyss of the feeding grounds. The wind was still, the sky a void of blackened eternity. The land before him shifted, pulsed, the faintest echoes of voices trapped in the endless hunger. The Blood Warriors were coming. Eldritch spoke to the emptiness. "Come on, Eldritch, this is a game of Nocturna." His fingers curled into fists. His mind raced. There has to be a way to win. He thought of Duncan, of brute strength, of overwhelming power, a force so great that the Blood Warriors never dared to rise again. He did not have that. He never would. So how could he win? What would Winter do? Far away on Earth, a figure stood in silence, staring into nothingness. Winter. The wind shifted around him, his chrome mask flickering in the dim light, his stance unmoving, as if he were listening to something beyond mortal perception. The air grew dense with something unseen, a connection, an unspoken conversation across realms, and then, across the infinite expanse of existence, Eldritch heard a single word, a word not spoken, but pushed into his very being. Fear. Eldritch's eyes widened. Fear. That was it. He had been thinking the wrong way. The Blood Warriors did not stop coming because Duncan was strong. They stopped coming because they feared him. Strength wasn't the answer. Terror was. A slow smile crept onto Eldritch's lips. "Nocturna," he murmured to the abyss. "You've set your game, but now I'm going to play it my way." And for the first time since Duncan's fall, Eldritch knew exactly how to win. Eldritch stood before the Council of Elders, his hands clasped behind his back, his expression unreadable. The flames flickered across his face, casting shadows that made him look colder than ever. "I need workers," he began, "and actors." The Elders exchanged confused glances. "I need fake blood, lots of it. I need fire. I need a bigger beard and hair. I need a bodysuit to make me look massive. Oh, and I need Duncan's armour, and 6 of your biggest, strongest men and women." Silence. They stared at him as if he had gone mad. Finally, one of the elders scoffed. "You want to put on a show? Well, they force us into the feeding grounds, to be fed on for eternity." Eldritch stepped forward, his presence commanding. "That's how we'll decide whether you live or die." Murmurs erupted in the chamber. Varos slammed his fist onto the table, standing up. "For the love of our ancestors, do as he says," he barked. "He is our best chance. Did he not defeat the Master?" Some of the elders grumbled but relented. Others nodded in quiet agreement. Eldritch continued, voice steady and unwavering. "We will build our illusion at Duncan's house. It is the best location for our deception. I need a trail of blood and bodies leading to it. Make it look like I have already slaughtered many of them before they even arrive." One elder shook his head. "This is insanity. We should fight, not cower behind theatrics." Eldritch turned to him. "Do you have the strength of Duncan? Do you have the power of the Master? Because I don't, and neither do you. If we fight, we lose. But if we make them think Duncan has returned, we win." The elder fell silent. Eldritch leaned in, eyes piercing. "You all fear being sent into the feeding grounds. Then don't be sent. Play your part. Act as if your life depends on it, because it does." The room was quiet. Then finally, an elder sighed. "Fine. What else do you need?" The village comes together. For the first time in centuries, the village worked as one. The smiths hammered metal, forging jagged plates to create a grotesque suit of armour, larger than life, monstrous, impossible to tell if it is even human. The weavers stitched together furs and cloth, creating a massive beard and wild unkempt hair, masking Eldritch's true form. The painters and scavengers collected buckets of deep red liquid, mixing dyes and crushed berries into thick, dark, false blood, enough to paint the streets. Workers lined the village paths with fake corpses, stuffing them with straw and covering them in the illusion of fresh carnage. The blacksmiths pried open Duncan's old armour, reshaping it to fit over Eldritch's deceptive frame. The biggest, strongest villagers were chosen, 6 in total, a mix of men and women, warriors in another life. They would be Duncan's loyal, slaughtered foes, their bodies scattered around the main house, their wounds looking as if they had been torn apart by an unstoppable force. The rest of the villagers boarded up the homes, closing off every path except one, the road leading to Duncan's house. It was a masterpiece of manipulation. They were not warriors, but they had a mind greater than the blade. And now the trap was set. A hunger that never ends. The blood warriors surged forward, an endless tide of writhing flesh and crimson horror, their bodies half-formed, twisted, grotesque. For centuries, they had only known the feeding grounds, their very existence spent being consumed and regenerated in Nocturna's endless hunger. But now for the first time in eternity, they saw land, and they wanted it. They wanted to walk where the land did not feed on them. They wanted to exist without being devoured. They wanted revenge. The first among them crawled onto the solid ground, their bloody, half-melted forms screaming in agony and triumph. Then came more, then more. A wave of horrors, hundreds of them, rising from the feeding grounds like revenants, their faces warped in eternal suffering. And yet, as individual as they seemed, there was one truth among them all. They were connected, bound by the same fate, bound by the same cycle, bound by Nocturna. And so they moved as one. The village, a funnel of death. The front line of the blood warriors reached the first buildings, their grotesque forms dripping with thick blackened blood as they twisted and writhed onto the solid ground. But something was wrong. The village was not open. It was closed, funneled. They should have been able to spread out, overrun the streets, flood into the alleys, but they couldn't. The houses were boarded up. Every path was closed off. There was only one way forward, and as they moved deeper, they saw it. Bodies, blood, torn limbs littering the dirt. Some were real, ripped from the feeding grounds. Some were not, fabricated horrors, designed to look like the aftermath of a massacre. But the blood warriors did not see the deception. They saw one thing. Death had already come, and Duncan had returned, marching toward the house of the Master. The blood warriors crawled, shambled, and charged through the village, their screams echoing like a symphony of torment. Every footstep splashed through the soaked ground, every movement funneling them toward one destination, the Master's house, the place where Duncan had ruled for so long, where he had slaughtered before, and where he waited. They did not slow. They did not question. They moved as one, pressing forward through the village, funneled by the walls, by the trail of carnage that led them onward. Their numbers swelled, the tide of bodies pushing towards the inevitable confrontation, and as the first line neared the house, the torches burned higher, the blood ran thicker, and the illusion of Duncan's wrath was waiting for them. The dread before the storm. As the blood warriors moved through the village, the weight of something unseen pressed against them. Something was watching. Something was waiting. They had spent centuries feeding on the land, but now, for the first time, they felt as if they were being led to slaughter. They did not know fear. Not yet, but soon they would. Eldritch stood still as a statue, dressed in the grotesque, exaggerated likeness of Duncan McDruston. The armour was twice its normal size, padded to create the illusion of a behemoth, a warrior larger than life. The fires blazed behind him, their blinding glow creating a wall of burning light. Shadows flickered across the twisted armour, hiding the seams, distorting his true form, making him look inhuman. The villagers worked quickly, adjusting torches, ensuring the smoke and light obscured every unnatural movement. Eldritch turned to a short, stout man standing beside him, a man with the deepest, most thunderous voice in the village. "Remember the words," Eldritch whispered. The man nodded, gripping the makeshift megaphone, a funneled metal sheet forged specifically for this moment. "I will," the man rumbled. The horde arrives. The ground trembled. Then, like an unholy tide, the blood warriors flooded the path to the house, clawing, crawling, trampling over one another in their desperate hunger. A wave of deformed bodies, shoulder to shoulder, crashing towards their prize. And then the show began. A booming, godlike voice erupted through the village. "More! Bring me more!" The deep, distorted command echoed off the walls, shaking the very air. In front of the house, the silhouette of Duncan loomed, enormous, monstrous, barely human, and then the carnage began. The illusion of Duncan tore through bodies, ripping apart limbs, sending blood splattering in all directions. Some were real, remnants of corpses taken from the feeding grounds. Some were fake, carefully crafted dummies, stuffed with red-soaked cloth and meat, meant to explode with each devastating strike. The thundering voice rang out again.
"I have waited centuries too long. Bring them all to me, Nocturna."
From the rooftops, villagers hurled severed limbs into the charging horde, making it seem as if Duncan was tearing warriors apart with his bare hands. Another deep laugh rumbled through the air. "Thank you, Nocturna, for lying to them. I could not wait any longer to destroy them." The laugh turned to a snarl, a guttural growl, something unscripted. Eldritch snapped a sideways glance at the man with the megaphone. That wasn't part of the plan. The man's face was pale with the terror, but his mouth curled into a wild grin, caught in the thrill of the deception. One blood warrior broke from the horde, staggering towards the house. From the shadows, two of the strongest villagers struck it with a massive pole, sending it flying backward. The towering illusion of Duncan stepped forward, towering over the broken warrior. The voice boomed once more. "Come back! I need to destroy! I am the master! I must destroy!" The fear spread like a virus. The blood warriors were connected. One mind, one suffering, and now one fear. The master had tricked them. Nocturna had tricked them. They had walked into his trap. A bolt of terror shot through their connection like lightning. They turned. They ran. They crawled. clawing over each other, dragging themselves away from the village. A stampede of mindless terror, crashing backward into the feeding grounds, vanishing into the infinite abyss. The deep voice screamed after them, giving chase. "Come back! I need you! Come back!" But they were already gone. The village stood in eerie silence. Only the crackling of the fires remained. And then Eldritch exhaled. They had won. Time passed. The remnants of their deception, the fake blood, the severed limbs, the makeshift corpses, were gathered. The villagers worked together, crafting something permanent. They built effigies of Duncan McDruston, standing tall and immovable, their monstrous size casting shadows over the village. An eternal guardian, one that would never move, never rage, but would always be seen. The village returned to its quiet existence. For the first time in an eternity, there was no Duncan, no blood warriors, no fear. And yet, Eldritch felt no peace. Once again, he stood at the edge of the feeding grounds, staring into the abyss of writhing crimson. He had done it. "I did it, Winter." A shadow moved behind him. A figure stepped out of the darkness. Nocturna. "Eldritch, Eldritch, what will I do with you?" Eldritch did not hesitate. "Send me back." Nocturna laughed, slow and amused. "You know I cannot." Eldritch's fists clenched. "Then I am stuck here forever." Nocturna smirked. "Maybe not." He reached into the folds of his robes and held out a gem. Crimson tear. It pulsed with unnatural energy, its surface swirling like liquid blood trapped in glass. "Agree to my challenge, Eldritch," Nocturna said. "There are 7 trials. Even I do not know what they will be. Only the tear does. It will transport you to each challenge one after the next. If you fail, well, then you will be my new champion, here for eternity, keeping the balance of this village." Eldritch's eyes narrowed. "And if I succeed?" Nocturna grinned. "Then you will be free. The Crimson Tear, with the aid of the gods, will return you to where you belong." Eldritch stared at the gem. "What are these challenges?" Nocturna's smile deepened. "I won't lie to you, Eldritch. I do not think you can complete them." Eldritch said nothing. "You will have no power, no aid from Winter. Just you, one man." Nocturna's voice lowered, almost a whisper. "The realms you enter will belong to the gods. Maybe Lysanor, maybe Necros, maybe mine, maybe even Earth itself. You will face supernatural being of these realms without power, without strength, just your wits." He tilted his head. "How will you, a mere man, defeat an elder, a lycan, an undead? I have no idea, but if you're willing to try..." He extended the crimson tear. "Just give the word." Eldritch held Nocturna's gaze. Then he took the gem. "I accept." Nocturna chuckled. "Excellent." The crimson tear flared to life, glowing with an intense bloody radiance. A pulse of energy erupted outward, an explosion of crimson light. Eldritch vanished. Nocturna stood alone, watching the last traces of light fade into the eternal black. His grin widened. "Soon, Eldritch, you will be my champion." His voice was soft, cruel. "No one has ever completed the 7 trials." A low chuckle, then a full, booming laugh. "No one has even made it through the first." To be continued in Eldritch and the Crimson Tear.
I should be dead. Nocturna should have claimed me like all the others. fed on me for eternity. But instead, he gave me an offer. 7 trials, 7 realms, no powers, no allies, just me. If I survive them all, I'll be free. But if I fail, I will become his champion, trapped for eternity.
No one has ever completed the 7 trials, Eldritch.
No one has even survived the first. Then let's make history.
The realm of death. Eldritch staggered forward, his boots pressing into the brittle and cracked ground. The air was thick with decay, the scent of long-dead things lingering in every breath. This was not a place meant for the living. Bones, hundreds, thousands of them, littered the landscape, half buried in the dry, ashen soil. The trees that remained were little more than skeletal husks, their twisted limbs reaching toward the perpetual twilight above. The sky was dark, choked in shifting clouds that seemed to whisper, their voices barely audible on the wind. Crimson Tear, the artifact Nocturna had given him, faded into nothing. Its glow extinguished. Eldritch clenched his fist. So it begins. He stood there, unsure of his next move. What now? Then, without warning, the ground shifted beneath him. He stepped back as a mass of blackened roots twisted and writhed, pulling themselves together, shaping into a figure, a man, aged but unbroken. His skin was pale, his veins dark like ink running through cracked porcelain. His eyes were deep pits of shadow, and his lips curled into a smirk. "Well, well," the old man said, his voice like dry leaves scraping over stone. "So, this is what Nocturna sends me? A man?" He scoffed. "No power of shadow, no primal strength, and certainly no connection to death. Why has he sent you?" Eldritch remained silent for a moment, measuring the strange ancient being before him. "I seek my freedom from Nocturna," Eldritch finally said, "so I agreed to the trials." At this, the old man threw back his head and laughed, a terrible, hollow sound that echoed across the barren expanse. His body seemed to fracture like dried stone, before reforming in an instant, as if the very act of amusement broke him apart. "Your freedom," he said mockingly. "Tell me, mortal, what do you intend to win with your feelings? No one has ever bested my realm. No one has even reached my champion. Yet here you stand, a mere man." His smirk deepened. "What did you do to upset Nocturna?" Eldritch narrowed his eyes. "Your realm?" The old man's expression became amused, yet almost pitying. "Of course, mortal. I am Necros. And this land," he gestured to the expanse of death around them, "is mine." Eldritch felt the weight of the revelation settle over him. He was standing in the realm of the god of death himself. Necros's smirk never faded as he continued. "So be it. Let the first trials begin." He mockingly tapped his chin as if in deep thought. "I'll even give you a fighting chance. Not that it will matter. There are 2 trials here in my domain. The first is simple." He pointed across the wasteland. "Cross my land, reach my metropolis of death. If you make it, which I doubt, you will face my champion of the undead. Should you somehow survive that, only then will you have completed my part of Nocturna's game." Necros stepped closer, his withered fingers hovering just above Eldritch's chest. "Let me be clear, mortal. No elder has ever made it. No lycan. No deathless one. Well," he tilted his head. "Actually, there was one." Eldritch's blood ran cold. Necros leaned in, whispering, "Should you make it to my city, you will understand." Then, without another word, his body dissolved into ash, scattering into the wind, leaving Eldritch alone in the wasteland of the dead. Eldritch exhaled sharply, staring ahead into the endless, forsaken land before him. Step 1. Survive. Eldritch looked out over the wasteland in the direction Necros had pointed. His first steps toward freedom, his first steps toward survival. He took one step forward. The ground exploded. An endless sea of bodies erupted from the cracked earth. Skeletal, rotting, yet still moving. Hundreds, then thousands. The wave of undead rose in unison, their hollowed-out sockets fixated on Eldritch. They stood still, waiting, like an army with no commander, yet bound by one will. A test, a trial, a warning. Eldritch's breath caught in his throat. Impossible. His body tensed as he watched them, their grotesque forms standing shoulder to shoulder, stretching as far as the eye could see. His knees buckled, and he sank to the ground. "This cannot be done," he thought. "Maybe with my shadow power I could slip through. Maybe as an elder I could fight them. But I have nothing. No power, no weapons, no strength." His hands gripped his head, fingers digging into his scalp. A heavy silence filled the land. The endless horde of death stood, unmoving, watching. Time stretched. For what seemed like an eternity, he remained there, kneeling on the ashen earth, the weight of his own helplessness pressing down on him. But then something snapped. A memory, a flicker of something far away, not of war, not of conquest, but of humanity. Eldritch lifted his head. "No," he said. His voice was quiet at first, but it built, growing like a flame. He pushed himself to his feet, the weight of doubt still clinging to him, but he would not let it break him. "I have walked this earth for nearly 1,200 years. I have seen the rise and fall of empires, witnessed kings build their thrones and die upon them. I have watched nations crumble and civilizations rebuild upon their ashes." His voice carried over the stillness, echoing through the dead land. "I have seen the power of fear, the disease of doubt, the paralysis of helplessness. It has stopped more men than any war. It has crushed more kingdoms than any battle." His eyes burned as he stared at the horde before him. "I know you. You can call yourself by many names. Fear, doubt, despair. But I have seen what you do, and I know one thing to be true." He stepped forward. "If I surrender to you, I have already failed." Another step. "Yes, I am afraid, but fear does not make me a coward. Fear is a test, a challenge, and I will win despite it." He took another step, then another, and another. The dead did not move, and so he kept walking. Eldritch walked forward, the ashen earth crunching beneath his boots. Before him, the endless horde of undead stood shoulder to shoulder, a wall of decayed flesh and ancient bone, waiting for him to falter. Their empty sockets stared, their fingers twitched, their rotting bodies tensed. Yet Eldritch did not stop. As he strode forward, time folded upon itself. Memories of a king. The barren land flickered, and suddenly he was somewhere else. The sky was red with the fires of war. Rows upon rows of soldiers stood before him, their steel reflecting the dying sun. Their faces, young, hardened, loyal, awaited his words. Eldritch blinked. The vision wavered. Before him, the undead stood in place of the soldiers, their armour long rusted, their banners long forgotten, their flesh long rotted. But they had once been like the men he led. The two moments blurred together, past and present merging into one. Eldritch lifted his chin, his voice carrying across both time and reality. I have lived longer than any of you. His voice was not a whisper, not a plea, but a command. In his mind, his soldiers of the past stood, waiting for his orders. Before him, the undead horde loomed, waiting for his weakness. I have died more deaths than you will ever know. I have watched empires rise and fall. I have seen kings rule and crumble. I have walked this world, cursed, and I have seen the truth. Some of the undead stirred. You are not monsters. You are not mindless. You are warriors. Some of them straightened. A ripple passed through the horde. Do you remember your banners, your battles, the sound of steel upon steel? You do. You were soldiers, knights, lords, and I was like you. A flicker of recognition stirred within some of the undead. Echoes of old honour, fragments of forgotten loyalty, the presence of a true leader. Eldritch lifted his arms. Then tell me, do you follow a king, or do you follow fear? For the first time in 1,000 years, some of the undead hesitated. Their bones creaked as they stood taller. Some lowered their weapons. A path began to open through the horde, a path of death. Eldritch did not pause. He knew fear would undo his victory. He knew hesitation would kill him. So he walked. One step. The undead beside him stood still. Another step. The horde did not move. He passed between them, walking with the stride of a warlord, the stride of a king. In the distant past, he remembered marching through his own army. His men reached out to touch him as he passed. Their eyes burned with the fire of loyalty. They whispered his name. And now, in the present, the undead turned their heads as he walked. Their sunken eyes followed him. Some dropped their weapons. Others stood at attention, as if waiting for his next command. Eldritch did not look back. The dead had parted for him. And now his path was clear. From the shadows of the dead land, Necros observed. A smirk curled on his ancient lips. Fascinating, he murmured. A man who does not conquer through steel, but through will. He leaned forward. But will he conquer my champion? The next challenge awaited. Eldritch stood at the edge of oblivion. The path of parted undead warriors had ended, and before him stood a different kind of death. These were not soldiers. These were not men who once knew honour. These were hollow things, stripped of memory and identity. They existed only to destroy. There were too many. Eldritch did not falter. He had faced death before. He had led men into unwinnable battles. He had stood against impossible odds. Now he must do so again. He took a breath, steady, deep. His fingers curled into fists. His mind prepared for his final stand. If he must die, let it be as a king. A thud beside him. The ground trembled as a tattered banner pierced the earth. Eldritch turned. An undead warrior, his body a ruin of bone and rusted armour, stood beside him. His hands clutched the banner of a long-dead kingdom. His hollow eyes stared forward, unblinking. Then another banner struck the ground. Then another. The undead warriors who had parted for Eldritch had not left him. They had followed. They had watched. And now they had chosen to stand with him. For centuries they had wandered this forsaken land without purpose. Eldritch had given them one. He had reminded them of the king they once followed. He had stirred the echoes of honour long buried beneath rot and time. Now they would stand with him one last time. A bony, withered hand rested on Eldritch's shoulder. An ancient warrior, his armour fused with rust, held out a sword. Rusted, bent, scarred with age. But Eldritch recognised it. This was a king's sword. He took it, and as the weight settled into his grip, he felt something he had not felt in centuries. Loyalty. The battle of the damned. Eldritch raised his sword high. The warriors behind him clutched their weapons. The banners of ancient nations fluttered in the still air. The hollow undead stirred. Eldritch pointed his sword towards the enemy. Forgotten or not, a king still leads his army. And then they charged. The undead legions of hollow death rushed forward. The resurrected warriors of ages past met them with steel and defiance, the clash of rusted swords, the roar of warriors who had not shouted in an eternity, the sound of metal biting bone, of bodies falling, of war unleashed. Eldritch did not command from the rear. He led from the front. His sword moved with precision, not power. He dodged instead of blocked. He struck only when necessary, moving faster than the mindless creatures could react. For every warrior that fell, 2 more rose in his place. This was not just a battle of survival. This was a battle of defiance. The forgotten warriors had been given a purpose, and for one final time they would fight for something more than just existence. Through the carnage, Eldritch fought as he had in life, as a leader, as a king, and the dead followed. High above the battlefield, beyond sight, beyond time, Necros watched. A god of death, seated upon an unseen throne, gazed down at the clash of warriors long forgotten, a game played out upon a field of bones and dust. A game of kings, though only one king remained. His skeletal fingers drummed idly against the armrest of his throne. His hollow eyes, pits of endless black, reflected the battlefield below. Eldritch fought like a king of old, precise, calculated, relentless. But it wasn't just skill. No, it was the power of words, of leadership, of commanding loyalty, even from the damned. Fascinating. Necros had seen thousands, millions pass through his realm, each one falling to despair, each one breaking beneath the weight of death. But Eldritch, he had done what no elder, no vampire, no undead tyrant of old had done before. He had made death itself listen. Necros lifted a hand, twisting his fingers in the empty air. The warriors fighting at Eldritch's side. He had given them just a little push, a whisper, a nudge, a reminder of who they once were. After all, what fun is a game if the pieces move too predictably? He leaned forward, watching Eldritch carve his way through the battlefield, a man among monsters. "You intrigue me, mortal," Necros murmured to himself. "You have the makings of something far greater than you realize." Then he smiled, because Eldritch's greatest test was yet to come. Necros shifted his gaze away from the battlefield, turning towards the darkness beyond, a place that even the dead feared to tread. The silence there was unnatural, not empty, just waiting. Necros mused, tapping a finger against his throne. It seems the time has come to awaken the past. His voice carried through the abyss, a whisper that rippled across the land of the dead. Not a command, not an order, a summoning. Somewhere, far from the battlefield, in a realm untouched by decay, a candle flickered. A figure looked up. Their fingers, once idle, tightened around the hand of a woman. Her presence beside them was the only warmth in this forsaken realm. She met their gaze. Lily. She knew before they spoke. Necros is calling. She held their hand tighter. Don't go. A pause. I have no choice. Because long ago, a promise was made. A promise that had allowed them to stay here, in this pocket of death untouched by suffering. A promise that had spared them from an eternity of torment. And now, the debt was due. Necros smiled. Yeah, Eldritch, you have impressed me. He leaned back in his throne, watching as the battle below neared its end. But I wonder, will you impress them? He snapped his fingers. Somewhere in the depths of the afterlife, something stirred. The clash of steel filled the ashen air. Eldritch fought like a man possessed, his blade carving through the relentless tide of the undead. He did not fight for survival. He fought as a king who refused to kneel. But still, they kept coming. The warriors beside him, his warriors, fell one by one, dragged into the abyss by the merciless horde. A skeletal hand clawed at his arm. He severed it. A decaying face lunged at his throat. He crushed it beneath his boot, but it wasn't enough. He turned, searching for his allies, his army, and what he saw was the past. Smoke, blood, the dying screams of his men. Another time, another war. He stood in the heart of a battlefield, a nobleman turned general, his forces crumbling before an overwhelming enemy. His warriors and his brothers fought with everything they had, but they were losing, dying. A banner, the sigil of his house, lay discarded in the mud. Eldritch's heart pounded. He had seen this before. Then, and now, the past and present bled together. He watched his warriors fall in 2 times, in 2 lives, in 2 battles. And then he moved. Eldritch dropped his sword. Instead, he reached down, grasping the fallen banner. The fabric was stained with blood. Its sigil, once feared, once honoured, had been trampled into the dirt. He lifted it high. Stand with me! His voice roared across both battlefields. His undead warriors, his army of fallen kings and knights, turned to him. So did the soldiers from his past, in a battle long forgotten. In both lives, his warriors looked upon him as a leader, and in both lives they listened. You fight as men who have already accepted defeat. Eldritch's voice thundered, carrying across both battlefields. Look at them. Look at the ones who would stand in our way. They are nothing but fear given shape. They are doubt made flesh, and they would see us bow before them. He thrust the banner higher. No, we do not bow. We do not break. We are warriors, kings and conquerors. We are the ones who decide our fate. The undead warriors at his side stirred. Deep within them, the echoes of their past lives. Their forgotten honour, their lost pride, began to stir. Eldritch's eyes blazed with fury. The question is not if they will let us pass. He lowered the banner, pointing it forward. But how will they stop us? A roar erupted from his warriors across both battlefields. In his past life and in the land of Necros, his soldiers rose and they charged. The battlefield shifted. Where once they had been overwhelmed, now they carved through the enemy lines. Eldritch fought at the front, leading from the front. Always, the undead warriors, once hesitant, now struck with renewed strength, pushing forward like an unstoppable tide. Even the undead who opposed him hesitated. They did not understand why. Why did this one mortal command such loyalty? Why did the warriors of old listen to him, follow him? Eldritch knew the answer. Because he was a king. Even in death, a king commands. And even the dead remember how to kneel. Above them, Necros watched. A dark amusement flickered across his decayed face. The tide had turned, just as he had hoped. A skeletal hand extended from the darkness, fingers curling ever so slightly. A whisper, a suggestion, a nudge. He gave Eldritch's warriors just a little push. Not enough to be obvious, not enough to make it easy, just enough to ensure Eldritch would reach the end of this game. After all, Necros was eager for what came next. Eldritch walked forward, alone. Behind him, silence. No enemy pursued. No warrior followed. He turned, looking back one final time. There they stood, the warriors of old, the undead who had answered his call. For centuries, they had been trapped in this abyss, robbed of their honor, stripped of their purpose. But on this day, for the briefest moment, they had been warriors again. Eldritch raised the banner high, a salute, a tribute, a final act of respect. One by one they began to fall, not in defeat, but in release. They crumbled into ash, fading into the darkness from which they had been trapped. His closest warriors, those who had stood at his side, held out a little longer. Eldritch looked at them, and though their faces were skeletal, hollow, he could still see it in them. Thanks. A warrior's soul does not forget. And then they too were gone. Crimson Tear shone with a brilliant glow, but he did not vanish. Not yet. This was the sign. The first trial was complete. He turned back toward the doors of the undead metropolis. The colossal iron gates groaned, then slowly creaked open. Beyond them, darkness. Eldritch stepped forward. The halls of the metropolis were cold and endless. His footsteps echoed through the abandoned city of the dead. Great stone statues loomed over him, depicting kings and warriors long forgotten. Carvings on the walls told stories of those who had passed through this place, only to be swallowed by it. But still, he walked, and then he reached it. A cavernous hall, vast and empty, an arena. Eldritch felt the presence before he saw him. A figure stood at the far end. Slowly, the man began to walk forward. There was nothing unusual about him, no dark aura, no supernatural presence, just a man. But as he drew closer, Eldritch recognized something in his eyes. Power, knowledge, experience. This was no ordinary opponent. The man stopped a few paces away, meeting Eldritch's gaze. Then he spoke. I am Edgar Thornwood. I stand as Necros champion. His voice was calm, certain. I will not lose. Then his face began to change. The flesh tightened, blackened. His eyes became hollow pits of darkness. He raised his arms. The ground trembled. From the shadows behind him, something began to rise. A monstrous entity, neither living nor dead. A creature of living death. Crimson Tear flickered. Eldritch exhaled. His second trial was clear. Defeat the most powerful necromancer of all time. To be continued. against Edgar Thornwood. Edgar Thornwood was no ordinary man, a necromancer who had conquered the mystery of living death. He had forged himself into something beyond human, beyond even the undead. A master of his craft, Edgar created a serum born from plagues, vampire blood, and dark alchemy, turning himself into something that could never truly live and never truly die. Now he stood across from Eldritch, the only man to have ever passed the first trial. The champion of Necros had been waiting. Edgar had no desire for prolonged battle. He wanted to end this quickly and return to the only thing that mattered, his wife, Lily. Many years ago, Necros had made him an offer, serve as his champion, and in return, Lily, whom a vampire had taken from him, would be restored to him. And now a vampire stood before him, challenging his place. "You are one of them," Edgar growled, stepping forward. His skeletal face flickered in and out of his human form, his voice filled with venom. "One of those who took my Lily. I will destroy you for Necros, but more than that, I will destroy you for her." Eldritch remained still. He studied Edgar, analysing every detail. He could already feel it. This was an unwinnable fight. Even as an elder, he would have struggled against this opponent. Now, stripped of his powers, his weapons and his allies, he had nothing. Nothing but his words. Eldritch took a breath and sat down. "I have taken the lives of thousands," he admitted, his voice calm, almost reflective. "I have lived for nearly 12 centuries, watching gods rise and fall. I have seen kingdoms built from the blood of the weak, and I have watched them crumble just as easily." Edgar's glowing eyes narrowed. "Then you admit what you are? A parasite, feeding on the innocent?" Eldritch shook his head. "I never took a life that had not already taken from others." Silence. "As a man, I led armies against invaders, those who slaughtered and stole. I fought to prove that force is never the answer, that for every tyrant who seeks to rule with power, there will always be someone willing to stand against them. I fought so that those who could not fight would have a chance to live." He let his words settle before continuing. "And as an elder, I fed only on those who fed on others. The liars, the thieves, the parasites who preyed on the weak. I have drained kings and beggars alike, but all of them had taken far more than I ever did." Edgar's fists clenched. "And that makes you righteous. You killed. You destroyed lives. Did you ever stop to wonder if they had families? If they had children waiting for them to come home?" Eldritch met his gaze, unflinching. "Do you ask the fisherman if the fish he catches has offspring?" Edgar hesitated. "I knew every soul I took. I looked them in the eye. I studied their sins. I judged them before I fed." Eldritch leaned forward. "Can you say the same? Do you know the names of those you have slaughtered? Did you pause to consider whether they were truly innocent? Or did you simply act on the pain in your heart, letting rage and grief turn you into something blind?" The arena was silent. Eldritch had done what he did best. He planted doubt. Edgar Thornwood, the man who had once sought to kill Necros himself, the greatest necromancer to ever live, now hesitated, and hesitation was all Eldritch needed. Edgar's skeletal face twisted with rage. "It matters not," he spat. "I have transcended death itself. I am Necros' champion, and I will complete my task. I need only to kill you, and then I will return to my love." Eldritch remained still, unshaken by the outburst. He had seen rage like this before, blind, consuming, self-righteous, and he had learned long ago that the angrier a man became, the easier he was to control. "Yes, kill me," Eldritch said, his voice eerily calm. Do as you have always done. Strike out through rage, through selfishness. I am but a man. I have no power, no weapons. I am weak. I cannot best you in battle. That is the truth, Edgar. Edgar took a step forward, his fists clenched, shadows swirling around his form. I fight these trials for survival, Eldritch continued, his voice steady. Not for glory, not for revenge. I sacrifice my existence as an elder for a friend, so that he may live. That was my choice, and I accepted it. Should I complete these trials, I will return to those I care for. But should I fail, then I will be forgotten, just as you have been. Edgar's face darkened. Forgotten? I have not been forgotten. Then tell me, Edgar, Eldritch pressed. Who speaks your name beyond these halls? Who remembers you as the man you once were, rather than the thing you have become? The necromancer hesitated. Eldritch seized the moment. You've only been here since the 1960s. You walked the mortal world in the age of steel and fire, a world of men who had abandoned the old ways for industry and war. But now, you are alone in a realm of death, where time is meaningless and your name is lost. The world you knew has moved on without you, Edgar. You kill for the sake of returning to Lily. You have justified every life you have taken as a necessary step toward that goal. But go ahead, Edgar. Kill me. Eldritch spread his arms wide, welcoming the death that did not come. Edgar stood frozen. My friends will mourn my loss, Eldritch continued. Just as you have mourned Lily, they will feel the same sorrow, the same pain. And when they do, when my death consumes them the way Lily's death consumed you, you will have become the very thing you hate. Silence. Eldritch had played his trump card. Killing him now would make Edgar no different than those who stole Lily from him. It would prove that his rage had made him into the same monster he swore to destroy. For the first time in decades, Edgar Thornwood felt something he had not felt since he became death itself. Doubt. Edgar's stance wavered. The weight of Eldritch's words crushed him like a mountain. He struggled against them, against the truth that had been laid bare before him. The rage that had fueled him for decades felt hollow, empty. His arm dropped to his side. His summoned creature, a monstrous thing of sinew and bone, shrieked once before dissolving into the ground beneath them. Eldritch remained still. He had gambled everything on his words, and now he watched as his opponent unravelled. Edgar's voice was hoarse, heavy. What then do you suggest? Before Eldritch could answer, the ground trembled, and the arena was bathed in an eerie, crimson glow. A towering shadow loomed over them, ancient and unfathomable. Necros. The god of the undead descended into the arena, his eyes twin orbs of black fire, his skeletal form wrapped in a cloak of swirling darkness. He did not move, but his presence alone sent waves of pressure through the air. What is this? Necros' voice echoed like thunder, rattling the very bones of the arena. Kill this man, Edgar. You are my champion. You have sworn yourself to me. Edgar did not move. His fingers curled into fists, trembling at his sides. Necros took a step forward, the ground beneath him rotting and turning to dust. Do not make me repeat myself. But Edgar only shook his head, his face pale, hollow. I cannot. The silence that followed was suffocating. Necros' eyes burned with fury. What? I cannot. Edgar's voice was firmer now, though it quivered with the weight of his guilt. I have already killed more than I should. I have already destroyed more lives than I can count. I have become what I hate. I am defeated. Necros' rage was immeasurable. The god's skeletal fingers curled into fists, his voice rising to an ear-splitting roar. You dare defy me? You dare question me? You dare betray me? Edgar's face was downcast. his voice barely above a whisper. I have already dared everything, even to betray myself. I became a killer of lives, a destroyer of families, a parasite feeding on my own grief. He exhaled, the burden of centuries pressing down upon him. I will not do it again. For a moment, the arena was silent. Then Necros raised his arms, and the world itself shuddered. The power he wielded was beyond comprehension, an ancient force that could unravel existence itself. The very air crackled with death, the shadows contorted into unspeakable forms, and the walls of the arena trembled under his wrath. Eldritch braced himself, his mind racing, knowing that the true battle was only just beginning. Necros's skeletal fingers curled into claws, his form towering over Eldritch, his very presence threatening to crush the life from the mortal man before him. The god of the undead had been defied. No one had ever completed his trial, and he would not allow it to happen now. I will kill him myself, Necros declared, his voice a storm of wrath and darkness. None may pass my trials. He raised his hand, death itself swirling at his fingertips, ready to erase Eldritch from existence. The air trembled as his power coalesced into a singularity of decay, a force that could end not just a man, but a soul. Then a voice rang out, calm but absolute. I wouldn't do that if I were you. A golden portal opened beside them, its radiant glow cutting through the oppressive darkness of the arena. From it stepped Winter, clad in his long black coat, his chrome mask reflecting the dim glow of the dead realm. Winter strode forward with measured steps. His presence was like an anchor in a world of shifting death, a singularity of unshakable will amidst the chaos. Necros's burning eyes narrowed. You dare enter my realm without invitation? Winter tilted his head slightly. You would dare unbalance the trial with interference, Necros. His voice carried no anger, no arrogance, only certainty. I was alerted to your actions by reality itself. I am here to see that this remains a fair trial. Eldritch turned to face him. Their eyes met. Though Winter's mask hid his expression, Eldritch knew. Winter had not forgotten. Eldritch had sacrificed everything for him. Necros seethed. You are but a man, and yet you speak as if you hold dominion here. You overstep your bounds, keeper of balance. Winter exhaled, almost as if sighing at an old, tired argument. And yet, here I am. Necros roared, his patience snapping. Then I will smite you where you stand. With a single motion, Necros unleashed his full fury. The sky above split open, an abyssal void from which tendrils of death cascaded down, each one capable of erasing existence. The entire arena collapsed inward, the sheer force of his wrath bending the very fabric of the realm. The power of death itself struck Winter, and Winter did not move. The energy wrapped around him like a storm raging against an unshakable mountain. Necros's power screamed as it tried to consume him, to erase him, to reduce him to dust. But it failed. Winter stood there, untouched. Winter cocked his head. Haven't you tried this before? Silence. Eldritch's eyes widened. He had seen gods wield unfathomable power. But Winter wasn't even phased. Necros's form flickered, his power thrashing against an immovable force. He knew reality itself would not allow him to intervene. Winter took a single step forward. Now, he said, his voice even, shall we continue? The golden glow from the portal shimmered brighter as Winter's words echoed in the arena. You will ensure this remains a fair match, Necros. A pause. Then Winter tilted his head slightly. Or I will. The weight of reality settled over Necros, binding him to his own laws. The trial could not be altered. The battle must continue, without interference. Necros's fury crackled through the air, but he said nothing. He merely raised his hand, gesturing toward Edgar Thornwood. The fight would continue, this time without interference. Winter turned, but did not leave. Instead, he walked toward the edge of the arena, his arms folded behind his back as he observed the battlefield. "I will remain," he said, his tone matter-of-fact, "to ensure there are no more interruptions." Eldritch took a deep breath. He was alone in this fight, but not entirely. Winter was watching. Necros' eyes burned with resentment, but he could do nothing. He had already lost this battle. Now it was time for Eldritch and Edgar to begin theirs. The Battle of Champions. The arena was vast, ancient, and eerily silent. Cracks ran through its massive stone walls, remnants of long-forgotten battles. No audience watched, no crowd cheered. There were only 3 figures beneath the endless darkened sky: Eldritch, Edgar Thornwood, and the one who oversaw all things, Necros. Winter stood off to the side, arms crossed, watching silently. He had come to ensure the trial remained fair. Necros stepped forward, his presence unsettling the air around him. His hollow eyes studied Eldritch, then Edgar. "You wish to settle this with champions?" Eldritch stood tall. "I do. The strongest warrior is not always the one who swings the hardest. Sometimes the greatest battles are won with wits, not weapons." Necros let out a low, humorless chuckle. "And you think this will save you?" Eldritch's voice was unwavering. "I think it will prove what true power really is." Necros nodded. "Very well. Choose your champion." Edgar's choice, the Devourer of Kings. Edgar took a slow step forward and raised a hand. The earth trembled. From the depths of the arena floor, something massive clawed its way upward. A towering beast stitched together from the corpses of fallen warriors. Their armor fused into its grotesque form. It pulsed with unholy energy, its many mouths whispering the screams of those it had consumed. "I choose the Devourer of Kings," Edgar declared, his voice steady. "It has slain rulers and conquerors alike. It knows only destruction." Necros nodded in approval. "A wise choice, Edgar. A creature of pure hunger, an unstoppable force." The arena shook under its weight. Eldritch did not flinch. Eldritch's choice, the smallest warrior. Eldritch knelt down. He reached out his hand, and a tiny bird fluttered onto his palm. A simple sparrow. Edgar stared, unmoving. Necros frowned. "Is this a joke?" Eldritch smiled. "This is my champion." Edgar's fingers curled into fists. "You mock this trial. This is not a battle. It is an insult." Eldritch only shook his head. "No, Edgar. This is the most dangerous champion of all." Winter, watching from the shadows, let the faintest smile creep across his face. He knew exactly what was coming. Necros exhaled, unimpressed. "So be it." He raised his hand. "Begin." The battle begins. The Devourer of Kings lunged forward, shaking the entire arena with its monstrous form. Its claws tore through the ground, sending shards of stone into the air. The sparrow took flight, effortlessly darting past the beast's massive swings. Again and again, the creature attacked, but it could not touch the bird. The arena echoed with the sounds of destruction, but never impact. Edgar's frustration grew. "This means nothing. One strike, and it is over." Eldritch remained calm. "Is it?" The sparrow weaved through the air, untouchable. The Devourer of Kings roared in frustration. It swung wildly, losing all strategy, all control. Its rage consumed it, but the sparrow simply continued to fly. And then the beast collapsed. Its own massive frame crumbled under its weight, unable to sustain its endless movements. The sparrow landed gently upon its head. With one final breath, the devourer of kings turned to dust. Edgar stared in disbelief. His champion had fallen, not because it was weak, but because it could not change. Eldritch stepped forward and spoke. "You chose destruction, Edgar. I chose survival. Look at them. You picked a thing that only knows hunger, rage, and violence. It cannot adapt. It cannot think. It cannot change. It is a prisoner to its own nature." The sparrow flitted about, untouched, free. This tiny creature has no weapons, no claws, no armor. It is weak. And yet, it is the master of this battlefield. Why? Because true power is not brute force, Edgar. True power is knowing how to survive, knowing how to move when the world rages against you, knowing when to fight and when to fly. True power is adaptability. Edgar lowered his head. His anger wavered. For the first time, he listened. A battle of words. The battle was over, but the true game had just begun. Edgar spoke, voice quieter. "I never considered that power could be something other than force." Eldritch sat down. "Let's talk, Edgar. Let's talk about what power really is. Let's talk about what you've done. And let's talk about the woman you lost." Edgar hesitated, but then he sat down across from him. A new kind of battle had begun. Winter and Necros, still observing, continued their conversation in the shadows of the arena. The trial was not over, but for the first time, Edgar Thornwood was no longer certain that he wanted to fight. For the first time in countless eons, Necros sat not as a god upon his throne, but as a student. Across from him, Winter spoke, his words deliberate, his tone calm, yet carrying the weight of absolute certainty. "You misunderstand the Ender, Necros," Winter said. "You believe it to be destruction, oblivion, the final silence. But the Ender is not the end. It is the transition. It is the force that ensures nothing remains unchanged forever. Even you, even the gods, are not beyond its reach. Necros, the god of undeath, the eternal shepherd of the lost, watched Winter closely. His power over death was immense, but even he had been humbled by the knowledge that there existed something greater. "You speak of the Ender as though you have seen it and walked away." Winter's gaze was steady. "I have, and I won." Necros's hollow eyes darkened. "Impossible. Even reality itself bows before the Ender." Winter smiled faintly. "And yet, I am here." For the first time in eternity, Necros was silent. He had believed himself beyond such things, but now he sat in the presence of a man who had defied even the inevitable. On the other side of the arena, two men sat in quiet conversation. Edgar Thornwood, a being neither truly alive nor truly dead, studied Eldritch. "You speak with conviction," Edgar said, "as though you have always believed these things. But I see something else. Doubt. This was not always your truth, was it?" Eldritch smirked, but there was no arrogance in it, only understanding. "You are right. I had the pieces of it for centuries, but I did not truly grasp it. Not until I met her." Edgar raised a brow. "Her." Eldritch exhaled slowly. "A woman, a mere mortal, but she saw through the illusions that bind men. She did not worship gods or bow before fate. She did not seek safety in the arms of rulers or the false comfort of the masses. She stood alone, not because she was forced to, but because she knew that to follow without reason was to surrender the only thing that made her human, her mind. Edgar's curiosity deepened. What did she teach you that you did not already know? Eldritch's gaze was distant, yet unwavering. That force is not about imposing your will upon others. It is about mastering yourself, that men are not slaves to destiny, nor are they the playthings of gods or kings. The only thing that can ever truly own a man is his own mind, and the moment he gives that up, through fear, through blind obedience, through surrender, he ceases to be a man at all. Edgar clenched his jaw. And what did she say of death? Eldritch's smirk returned. That death is the final trade. Every man pays for the life he chooses. Some sell their lives cheaply, giving them away for power, for comfort, for the illusion of control. But the wise, they understand the cost. They live on their own terms, and when the price is due, they pay it gladly, knowing they have spent their time well. Edgar fell into silence. For the first time since his own death, something in him stirred. He had spent so many years consumed by vengeance, fueled by loss, his every action a reaction to his pain. But had he ever truly chosen his own path? This woman, Edgar finally said, what was her name? Eldritch smiled, but he did not answer. It does not matter. Only her words remain. But in his mind, he could still hear her voice, sharp, unwavering, challenging him in ways no god ever had. In the shadows, Necros and Winter continued their quiet war of ideas, one of logic against inevitability, of reason against divine decree. In the arena, Eldritch and Edgar spoke not as enemies, nor as warriors, but as men seeking the truth. A battle had been fought, a war had been waged, and yet this moment of quiet understanding, was the real battle, and Eldritch was winning. Time had lost meaning. No one knew how long had passed, only that the conversation between Eldritch and Edgar, and Winter and Necros, had changed the course of the trial in ways none had expected. It was Necros who finally broke the silence. His voice, deep as the graves he ruled, echoed through the vast arena. This trial is ended. All eyes turned to him. Necros looked directly at Eldritch. You are the victor. You have completed my 2 trials. Eldritch gave a slow nod, but there was no celebration in his expression, no triumph. He had won not by force, but by reason, and reason demanded he recognize the truth. He had only won because Necros himself had interfered. Necros, as if sensing the thought, smirked. Do not let this victory give you false confidence, mortal. You succeeded here because I allowed it. Eldritch's sharp gaze did not falter. You say that as though I had no part in it. Necros let out a deep, amused laugh. Oh, you played your part well, Eldritch, but without my interference, you would have failed. It was my influence that allowed the warriors of old to stand beside you. It was I who permitted you to challenge Edgar in a battle of champions. It was I who let you pull him into your philosophy, and without me, Winter would not have arrived. Eldritch frowned. Then why help me? Necros leaned forward, his hollow eyes glowing. Because you interest me, mortal. You are different from the ones before you. You see things not as a god would, nor as a man would, but as something in between. You have clarity, yet you have doubt. You fight not for power, but for something greater, and I wish to see what that is. He stepped closer, his tone shifting to something colder. But understand this. The trials ahead will not be the same. If you arrive in Lysanor's realm, he will not interfere. He will not offer you a single ounce of mercy." The very mention of Lysanor, the god of the lycans, made the air heavy with tension. Necros continued, his voice growing darker. "And Nocturna will do everything in his power to make you fail." Eldritch remained still, absorbing the weight of what had been said. Necros turned to Edgar Thornwood, his champion. "You fought as well as any could against this one," he said. "No one could have foreseen his trick. No one could have anticipated a bird." A brief wry smile crossed Edgar's lips. No one could have." Necros dismissed him with a wave of his hand. "Go. Return to your love, as promised." Edgar bowed slightly, then turned and walked into the darkness of the arena, where he would vanish back into the afterlife he had fought so hard to preserve. Then Necros turned to Winter. "You will stay?" Winter raised an eyebrow. "And why is that?" Necros folded his arms. "Because I must hear more of the Ender." Winter gave a knowing smirk. "Ah, you cannot help yourself, can you? Even gods seek answers." Necros only grinned. The crimson tear in Eldritch's hand began to glow, brighter and brighter, until the entire arena was bathed in crimson light. Then he was gone. Winter and Necros stood in the empty arena, the echoes of the battle already fading. Necros turned to Winter, his expression unreadable. "Tell me more." And so, two of the most powerful beings in existence stood together, not as enemies, but as seekers of knowledge. Some battles were fought with swords, others with words, and some, like this one, with the eternal pursuit of truth. A beast among men, Eldritch stepped from the crimson glow into the damp streets of London, 1880. The air was thick with fog, the gas lamps casting flickering pools of light onto the cobblestones, the scent of coal smoke, damp earth, and something more acrid, blood, lingered in the air. Around him, men in top hats and long coats walked briskly, their boots tapping against the stones, while women in heavy dresses hurried through the streets, their faces hidden beneath bonnets. A sudden shout caught his attention. "Murder! Murder! Read all about it!" A young paperboy waved a freshly printed edition of the London Gazette. Eldritch checked his pockets. Money. A key. Without hesitation, he handed the boy a few coins and unfolded the damp paper. "Beast attacks again! Grisly murder in Whitechapel!" The headline was bold and frantic. Beneath it, a crude sketch of something monstrous. A shadowed figure with glowing eyes, its elongated claws gleaming in the moonlight. The details were vague, but the article mentioned a string of killings, all brutal, all marked by something inhuman. The latest victim, a known street thug, had been found torn to ribbons in an alleyway. Eldritch continued down the street, his boots echoing off the wet stones. Up ahead, he noticed a modest townhouse. A single window burned with a crimson glow. He reached into his coat pocket and retrieved the key, testing it in the lock. It fit. He turned it, and the door creaked open. Inside, the space was small but functional. Bookshelves lined the walls. Stacks of newspapers and police reports covered a desk. This was an investigator's home. Or rather, his home. He scanned the walls. Maps of the city, with red string connecting various locations. Notes scrawled in an unfamiliar hand. Detailed theories. Suspects. Patterns of the killings. Then his eyes landed on one image. A lycan. Fangs bared. Claws drenched in crimson. The glow around the sketch pulsed like a heartbeat. His trial was clear. Find the beast. Before it found him. A firm knock rattled the door. Eldritch turned sharply, his mind still reeling from the overwhelming realization of his trial. He hesitated, then stepped forward, unlocking and opening the door. A man stood in the entryway, tall, broad-shouldered, dressed in a well-tailored dark coat, with a pocket watch chain glinting beneath. His face was weathered but sharp, a man accustomed to hard truths and long nights. He exuded familiarity, though Eldritch had never seen him before in his life. "Another one, Eldritch," the man sighed, stepping in without waiting for an invitation. His voice carried exhaustion, laced with frustration. "Another body, another crime scene. No leads, no suspects, nothing. You've got to have something by now." Eldritch studied him, searching for a name he should know. The man stopped mid-step, his brow furrowing. "What's the matter with you? You look like you've seen a ghost," he said, staring into Eldritch's eyes. Eldritch replied instinctively, as if his mind had always known the answer. "Long night, James." James Lockwood. The name rolled from his tongue as if it had been etched in his memory for decades. His partner in this realm, an investigator, just like him. But of course, this world was not real. It was a creation of Lysanor, a carefully constructed game, a deadly game, a game of cat and mouse. Lockwood shook his head. "Yeah, well, I don't blame you. We're running out of time. The papers are hounding us. The police are treating us like we're nothing but glorified drunks, and the city's in a bloody panic. If we don't find this thing soon, there won't be a city left to protect." He moved toward the desk, dropping a stack of files onto the surface, the scent of ink and old paper filling the air. He flipped one open, revealing a gruesome crime scene sketch. 5 victims so far? 6 if you count the one from last night. All torn apart, throats ripped, bodies slashed like an animal attacked them, but no one has seen a damn thing. No tracks, no fur, nothing. Lockwood paused, pointing at the map pinned on the wall, red pins stabbing into various locations like open wounds. Eldritch followed his gaze, seeing a pattern. Here, and here, Lockwood gestured. All the killings are triangulating around this neighbourhood, almost like it's circling something. Eldritch stared at the final location left untouched. His home. Lockwood sighed, rubbing his chin. "It's like the bastard is looking for something." Eldritch's fingers traced the map. His eyes darkened with realization. Or someone. London's fog clung to the narrow streets like a silent predator, swallowing gaslights in a veil of eerie gloom. The night was heavy with a dreadful stillness, broken only by the occasional echo of hooves on cobblestone or the distant murmur of a drunkard stumbling home. But there was something else lurking in the shadows, something far worse. Above the streets, something moved. A hulking shape darted across the rooftops, silent despite its size. The darkness swallowed it whole, its massive form a spectre of muscle and fur slinking across the city unseen. Clawed hands gripped the edges of old brick buildings, yellow eyes gleaming in the blackness like distant lanterns. It was hunting. It saw them all. The beggar curled up against a crumbling wall, a pair of lovers stealing a moment beneath a street lamp, a constable patrolling his usual route, twirling his truncheon. Easy prey, weak prey, but not the one it sought. It wanted something more. The beast's nostrils flared, inhaling the scent of the city, soot, filth, sweat, fear. It leapt across an alley, landing without a sound, weaving through the skyline with unnatural grace. A predator in its element, watching, waiting. Then it saw him, a man walking alone beneath the flickering glow of a street lamp, his shoulders broad, his stride confident, something about him familiar. The beast's head cocked to the side, nostrils flaring. The scent was close, so very close. Something deep inside it snarled in recognition. Him. Without hesitation, the beast dropped from the rooftops. A blur of motion, faster than the eye could track. The man barely had time to turn. A scream, a flash of silver claws, a spray of crimson against the cobblestone. The city never noticed. London belonged to the beast tonight. The morning light did little to chase away the horror of the night before. The stench of blood still clung to the air as a frantic crowd gathered near the police barricades, voices thick with fear and speculation. Another murder, the same as before, ripped apart, torn asunder like an animal had feasted on its prey. The constables fought to contain the hysteria. Women sobbed, men shouted in alarm, and the whistle of a patrolling officer pierced the morning air. The cobblestones, slick with the night's rainfall, were still darkened where the victim had met his gruesome end. Eldritch and Lockwood arrived. The moment Eldritch stepped past the cordon, he knew. Something about this kill was different. It was calculated, deliberate. The beast was choosing its prey. Same as before, Lockwood muttered, shaking his head. He looked pale, despite years of dealing with London's worst. Only this time, even the officers can't keep the crowd from losing their minds. Eldritch barely heard him. His eyes scanned the scene, his mind piecing together the unseen story of the night before. He crouched near the blood-stained street. His fingers traced over deep gouges in the stone, as if massive claws had raked across them. He stood abruptly. "We need to go." Lockwood frowned. "Go? But now." They raced through the fog-laden streets, boots striking the cobblestone, as they hurried back to their home. The room was small, dimly lit by the early morning sun filtering through the curtains. Papers, maps, and photographs were spread across the desk, chaotic yet purposeful. Eldritch grabbed the files and began laying them out. Every murder, every victim. Lockwood flipped through the crime scene photos, arranging them side by side. Eldritch stood back, arms crossed. His eyes moved from image to image, taking in every detail. One thing became clear. Every victim was a man. Every victim dressed similarly. Every victim was the same age. Every victim looked eerily similar to Eldritch. A heavy silence filled the room. Lockwood exhaled sharply, rubbing his forehead. "No, that's impossible." Eldritch's jaw tightened. It's after me, Lockwood, and I have less than a week to figure out why. Lockwood shook his head. Pace in the room. You're telling me that this thing, this beast, is hunting you specifically? You're saying it's been tearing through London looking for you? Eldritch gestured at the files. The pattern is too clear to ignore. There is something we are missing. Something obvious. It's staring us in the face, but we can't see it yet. There must be a reason. Lockwood sighed, leaning over the desk. His fingers drummed on the wood as he stared at the collection of reports. Then, suddenly, maybe this guy will have an idea. Eldritch glanced at him. Who? Lockwood grabbed a photo, then another, then another. He laid them side by side, pointing at the background of each crime scene. A figure. A man. He was in every single one. Not obvious at first, but always there, lurking in the shadows, standing just out of sight, sometimes behind the crowd, sometimes on a rooftop, never too close but never far. Who is he? Eldritch asked, his voice low. Lockwood studied the image. He's tall, wrapped in an old dog coat. His face. He squinted, tracing the silhouette. His face is half covered by a scarf or something, but his eyes... Look at his eyes, Eldritch. Eldritch felt a cold chill crawl up his spine. The eyes in the photo were pale, piercing, and unnatural. A predator's eyes. Beyond the thick fog and crowded streets, behind iron gates and towering walls, an estate stood hidden in the heart of London. Inside, the mysterious figure from the photos stood before a massive board. Maps, crime scene sketches, houses marked in red ink, photographs of Eldritch and Lockwood pinned to the wall. He muttered to himself, fingers trailing over the markings. His voice was gravel, low and cold. Only 2 city blocks left. He exhaled, the breath slow, measured. I know you're there somewhere, vampire. His gloved hand tightened into a fist, his piercing eyes locked onto the photographs. Then, with a slight smile, one filled with anticipation, hunger, and certainty, he whispered, I will be the first to complete Lysanor's trial. Beneath an ancient, moonlit sky, a dense forest stretched endlessly, wild, untamed, eternal. Trees towered like silent gods, their roots twisted, gripping the earth like claws. A clearing sat at the forest's heart, marked by monolithic stones, worn by time and drenched in the scent of blood and primal energy. In the centre, standing motionless, yet radiating unstoppable strength, was Lysanor, god of the lycan. His form shifted between man and beast, fur rippling like water, eyes glowing like embers, a presence as ancient as the first howl under the moon. A figure stepped into the clearing, his breath heavy with the thrill of the hunt. The beast. His form shrunk, bones cracked, fur burned away, and in his place stood the man from the estate, the shadow in the photographs, the presence in every crime scene. He knelt, head bowed in absolute reverence. I hunger for more strength and power, Lysanor. His voice was firm, unwavering. I wish to be alpha, not just a pack member. I have what it takes. Lysanor did not speak, yet the command was already inside the beast's mind, wordless, instinctual, undeniable. Complete the 7 trials. Succeed, and I will grant you the power of an alpha. A slow, knowing smile crept across the man's lips. I will complete these trials. Then the crimson light engulfed him, devouring him whole. When the glow faded, he was gone. The streets of London stretched endlessly, swallowed by the creeping dusk. Eldritch and Lockwood wasted no time, moving from alleyways to bustling markets. From the quiet, candle-lit corners of bakeries, to the rowdy clamour of the city's taverns. The photographs of their suspect were passed from hand to hand, questions asked, doors knocked upon, coins exchanged for whispers, but each answer was the same. No one knew him. Lockwood exhaled in frustration. "We're asking the wrong people." Eldritch glanced at him. Lockwood continued, "Look at how he's dressed. This isn't normal wear for a working man. He's well-to-do, likely aristocracy. We need to be looking higher up." Eldritch smiled. "Then we need to find someone who serves him." Lockwood snapped his fingers. "The employment department. If he's as rich as he looks, he won't be doing his own laundry." The Employment Bureau. Inside the dimly lit Agency for Employment, the air smelled of old ink and desperation. Desks stacked with files, wary clerks scribbling furiously, lines of women and men waiting for placements that might keep them from starvation for another week. They questioned every clerk, searched every record, bribed every desperate worker. Nothing. Frustrated, they turned to leave. Then, "Excuse me, sir." A timid voice. They turned to see a small woman, her frame frail, her face bruised, a deep purple swelling around her eye, a split lip healing poorly. "I know him," she whispered, eyes darting around as if afraid of being overheard. Lockwood instantly stepped forward, lowering his voice. "Who is he?" The woman swallowed, then spoke. "Sir Victor Halloway. He lives in the Blackwood estate." Eldritch felt a cold chill crawl up his spine. Lockwood asked, "Tell us everything." The woman's hands trembled as she continued, "He doesn't keep his staff long. He beats them. Badly. His rage is terrible, like an animal." Eldritch's smile was grim, knowing. Lockwood glanced towards the window, the dark swallowing the city. "It's getting late. We should get back home before—" Eldritch cut him off. "No." His voice was firm. "It's too dangerous there now. The beast hunts at night. We need to use this time to our advantage." He turned, slipping the photograph into his coat. "We're going to Blackwood Estate." The streets of London were silent, choked by the thick, unnatural fog that rolled in like a tide of shadow. The gas lamps flickered weakly, their glow barely cutting through the oppressive gloom. Then, movement, a shape. The beast moved unseen, a phantom in the night, leaping from rooftops to alleyways, navigating the city as if it had lived within these streets for centuries. The only sound was the faintest breath of wind, the distant echo of hooves on cobblestone. Its hunger was not for food, but for vengeance. Clawed hands gripped the edge of a rooftop. The beast crouched, its golden predator's eyes scanning the streets below. A scent filled its nostrils, the scent of its prey. A low, guttural growl rumbled from its throat. It had found him. The beast landed with impossible silence, crouching in the shadows of the narrow street. Before it stood a modest Victorian home, its windows dark. The air was still, yet the scent of Eldritch was thick in the air. A single slow exhale, then the explosion of force. The front door splintered inwards, crashing into the entryway. Clawed hands tore through furniture, shredding wooden chairs, bookshelves collapsing in heaps of torn pages. A howl of rage split the silence as the beast ripped through drawers, overturned tables, shattered glass. Then it stopped. There, on the floor, scattered among the wreckage, was a photograph of Victor Halloway, circled in red ink. The beast froze. Eldritch knew. A snarl twisted its face as it turned sharply, leaping through the shattered window and disappearing into the night. It had to return home. Eldritch was waiting. Blackwood Estate. The mansion stood like a tombstone against the darkened sky, its silhouette looming over the deadened land. The iron gate creaked as Eldritch and Lockwood stepped forward. The air was heavy, thick with tension. They entered cautiously, moving through the dim corridors of the estate, their footfalls muffled by thick dust-covered carpets. And then they found it. A study, filled with notes, sketches, pages of research. The walls were covered with newspaper clippings, names of victims, but more than anything else, Eldritch's name. Lockwood picked up a stack of papers, his face pale. Why is he after you? Eldritch studied the notes, his expression unreadable. Because this is more than a hunt. This is a trial. Lockwood frowned. A trial. Eldritch nodded. Lysanor's game. He's pitted us against each other. 2 hunters, 2 predators, and only one of us is meant to survive. Lockwood's grip tightened around the papers. Then we kill him first. Eldritch turned to him. This isn't your fight, Lockwood. Leave now. Go home. Lockwood scoffed. After everything? You really think I'd let you face this alone? The 2 men exchanged a long look. Then finally, Eldritch smirked. Then we prepare. A storm was coming, and the beast was already on its way. The grandfather clock in the hallway ticked relentlessly, each second a step closer to dawn. Eldritch checked the time. 3 hours. If they could stall the beast until sunrise, they had a chance. Lockwood gripped his revolver tightly. We should set up a kill zone. Eldritch shook his head. That won't work. Bullets won't stop it. Lockwood frowned. Then what? Eldritch looked out the window, the fog curling through the London streets, hiding the shadows that lurked beyond. He turned back to Lockwood, his voice firm. We don't fight the beast. We outthink it. The monster breaks in. The howl came first. Then the front doors exploded inward, the wood splintering like brittle bone. The beast stepped inside, its clawed hands digging into the walls, yellow eyes burning with pure predatory rage. Eldritch and Lockwood raced up the staircase, forcing the fight to the higher floors. The beast charged, slashing through the wooden railing, sending shards flying. Eldritch and Lockwood darted into a study, slamming the door shut. The beast crashed against it. The wood groaned, splintered, but held. Lockwood panted. That won't hold for long. Eldritch's mind raced. They needed time. The beast had one goal, to kill him. He needed to make the creature hesitate, if only for a moment. His eyes landed on a cabinet filled with old whiskey bottles. An idea struck. Lockwood hesitated. What are you doing? Eldritch grabbed a bottle, shattered it against the desk, and poured the contents over the floor. Making sure it knows I'm still a threat. He ripped down a curtain, wrapped it around his arm, and soaked it in alcohol. The door splintered further. Lockwood looked at him. That won't stop it. Eldritch grabbed a candle from the desk and lit the fabric on fire. The flames crawled up his arm, but he ignored them. I know. The door shattered inward. The beast charged through, but skidded to a halt as it saw Eldritch standing there, arm wreathed in fire. Eldritch's voice was steady. Come for me. Let's see if your master enjoys a burned-out husk for a champion. The beast snarled, but didn't move. Lockwood stared at Eldritch, realizing what he had done. He had forced the beast to hesitate, but it wouldn't last. The fire wouldn't stop it, and it wouldn't run. Then the creature lunged. Eldritch and Lockwood ran. The final stand. They burst onto the rooftop, the fog thick and suffocating. Eldritch was breathing heavily, the fire on his arm dying down. The beast emerged from the broken window, eyes locked onto Eldritch. This was it. Lockwood turned to Eldritch. We're out of time. Eldritch stared at him. There's still a chance. Lockwood exhaled, looked at his revolver, then looked at Eldritch. This is a game, isn't it? A trial. I was made for it, wasn't I? Eldritch didn't answer. Lockwood smiled. Then this shouldn't matter. And then he ran at the beast. Eldritch shouted, "No!" Lockwood fired his revolver, knowing it would do nothing, but it didn't matter. The beast turned its full rage on him. Eldritch could only watch as Lockwood was thrown aside, his body slamming into the rooftop tiles. The revolver clattered to the ground. Eldritch's breath caught in his throat. It mattered. It mattered to him. The beast turned back to Eldritch, its claws dripping with blood. And then the first light of dawn touched the rooftops. The beast shuddered, its body jerking involuntarily. Its fur retracted, its claws shrank, and before Eldritch stood a man, naked, breathing hard. His eyes widened in horror as he realized what had happened. Victor Halloway, a man who had just lost the hunt. Eldritch bent down, picking up Lockwood's fallen revolver. He cocked the hammer and pointed it at Halloway's head. The morning light spread slowly across the rooftops of London, casting a dim glow over Eldritch as he stood, revolver aimed at Victor Halloway's head. The former beast lay before him, human once more, panting, weak, vulnerable, yet Eldritch hesitated. Why do you hesitate? The voice echoed inside his mind, deep, primal, a voice that belonged to something older than time itself. Lysanor, if you do not kill him, he will kill you. He will not stop. He seeks power. He does not care for balance. He only cares for himself. Eldritch's grip tightened on the gun, but he did not pull the trigger. You think I do not know that? Eldritch answered the god in his mind. I have seen men like him before. I have killed men like him before, but I do not take life lightly. Lysanor remained silent, but Eldritch could feel his presence looming. A life is the ultimate possession, Eldritch continued. A man's existence, his thoughts, his actions, his very essence, belongs to no one but himself. To take that from him is the final act of control, and I do not seek to control others, nor to take from them what is theirs. A life is earned, not given, and certainly not stolen. Lysanor's voice returned, harsher this time. And yet he has stolen from others. He has taken without earning. He has fed on those weaker than himself, used their power to further his own. Is this the man you spare? Eldritch lowered his gaze, watching Halloway struggle to breathe. A man who took your friend's life, Lysanor continued. A man who takes and takes, who feeds endlessly on those beneath him, who values nothing but his own power. His goal was never survival, it was dominance. Halloway lifted his head slightly, eyes filled with hatred. Do it, then, he spat. Kill me, vampire. Prove you are no better than me. Eldritch exhaled slowly. Then he fired. The shot rang through the empty streets. Halloway's body jerked. Blood splattered across the cobblestone. He collapsed, motionless. The weight of the action settled in Eldritch's chest, but his mind remained clear. This was not murder. This was justice, a deliberate and calculated choice, made not in anger, not in vengeance, but in defense of something greater, of those who build, those who create, those who fight for something beyond themselves. Eldritch lowered the gun, letting out a slow breath. The voice of Lysanor returned, but this time it was satisfied. This one wanted power by any means. He took it at the expense of others, feeding off them in my realm for many years. It was I who revealed the trial to him. I knew he would fail. A pause, then, thank you, Eldritch. Eldritch barely had a moment to process those words before Lysanor continued. But, in accordance with the trials, you must now face my champion. Eldritch's fingers tightened around the revolver. One-on-one with an alpha. A true one. Lysanor's voice held no malice, only certainty. I must say, I do not hold much hope for you, Eldritch. Even if you had your elder powers, you would not survive. But rest assured, The battle will be a fair one. The air around him crackled. Crimson tear in his pocket glowed brightly, pulsing like a heartbeat. The world around him trembled, fading into nothingness. Lockwood's body lay still on the ground as the last remnants of the trial's realm vanished into the void. And then he moved. The man who had been Lockwood sat up, a small smile creeping across his face. His eyes flickered gold, not human, but something far greater. Lysanor's eyes. "Interesting," he muttered. "Very interesting indeed." And with that, the world was gone. End of Trial 3. To be continued in Trial 4, the Alpha's Challenge. Beast of the glen. Eldritch materialised from the crimson glow, his feet touching the soft, damp earth of a woodland clearing. Towering ancient trees stretched high above him, their dense canopy filtering sunlight into emerald streaks across the forest floor. The air was thick with the scent of earth and wildflowers, a stark contrast to the bleak lands of Necros and the cold fog of London he had left behind. He sat on a moss-covered stone, pressing his palms against his knees, steadying himself. He knew what this trial demanded. His opponent would be an alpha, a being of pure, primal strength, the pinnacle of Lysanor's creation. But where was it? Who or what was this alpha? Eldritch closed his eyes, allowing his mind to settle. He had no elder powers, no weapons, nothing but his mind and experience. The question was no longer whether he could kill the alpha. He already knew he couldn't overpower it. The real question was how to survive it. Then the woods shook, a sound, deep, guttural, and filled with a force of nature that no mortal being could replicate. It was not just a growl, it was a command to everything that breathed within these woods. The undergrowth trembled, even the wind seemed to hesitate. Then, thunderous footfalls. It was coming. Through the shadows of the ancient trees, a shape appeared, a titan of fur, muscle, and rage. Its massive paws crushed the earth beneath them, its movements fluid yet terrifyingly powerful. A predator without equal, its instincts honed beyond centuries of survival. The Alpha was on the hunt, and Eldritch was the intruder. He stood, watching the trees shake as it approached, running directly toward him. No time to run, no time to hide. This was his trial, and the beast was unstoppable. Far from Eldritch, beyond the emerald glow of the glen, Lysanor stood, the god of the lycans, towering and primal, a force of pure nature given form. His silvered eyes scanned the ancient woodland, feeling the imbalance brought by the intruder. Eldritch had come, just as the trials dictated, but the game had to be fair. Lysanor would not choose an alpha driven by vengeance or personal ties to Eldritch. No, this must be a battle dictated by the laws of nature itself. He would not call his current alpha, for Eldritch and the Reigning Wolf had a history. That would taint the trial, tip in the balance. No, this must be fought on neutral ground, between predator and prey, without sentiment. Lysanor looked deeper into the lineage of his alphas, into the long bloodline of those who had taken and held the title, not by birthright, but by sheer dominance, and he found the one. Chosen alpha. In the depths of the primeval forest, far beyond where even the oldest of lycans dared tread, a presence stirred. It had been ages since it last awoke, since it last hunted. A shadow streaked through the underbrush, fast, silent, unstoppable. The alpha. Not the first, nor the last, but one of the strongest. A wolf that had never been bested in combat. One that did not seek power for greed or ambition, but simply because it must be so. It was balance. Once, he had been just another lycan, a warrior among his kind, fighting to protect his pack, to survive in the wild. But challenge after challenge, he climbed the ranks, until he stood before the alpha of his time, and he tore him down, not out of hatred, not out of arrogance, but because the strongest must reign. This was the law of the lycans, of Lysanor's will. Through ferocity, speed, cunning, and raw survival instinct, he had carved his way to the top, becoming a champion alpha, one of Lysanor's greatest. He had long since transcended the realm of Earth, called into Lysanor's domain, where he lived eternally as a guardian of the natural order. He did not serve Lysanor. He did not worship him. He was simply one with the law of nature. And now there was imbalance. The intruder was here, and the hunt had begun. A deep guttural growl rumbled through the trees. The forest trembled, then thunderous footfalls, like the rolling drum of a coming storm. Each step shook the ground as the beast charged, a blur of muscle, claw, and raw instinct. Eyes glowing like molten gold, breath hot as fire, jaws ready to crush bone and flesh alike. This was no simple beast. This was the alpha, and it was coming for Eldritch. Eldritch sat on the damp earth, his mind racing. He had fought beside an alpha once, seen firsthand their power, their unstoppable force of nature, but now he was meant to stand against one. How? He had faced gods, he had outmaneuvered death itself, but this was something different. Alphas were not driven by hatred or ambition. They did not seek victory for dominance, nor did they revel in destruction like Duncan McDruston had. They were pure primal force, a thinking man's worst nightmare. There was no reasoning with an alpha once it entered the primal rage. No outwitting, no negotiation, no appealing to a higher logic. When an alpha saw its foe, there was only one outcome. The balance demanded it, not out of malice, not out of vengeance, simply because it must be so. Eldritch clenched his fists, staring at the soft glow of the crimson tear. He had relied on his mind for 2 trials now. But this trial, this thing, it stole that from him. How do you defeat something that takes away your greatest weapon? The alpha did not care for words. It did not fear deception. It did not fall for tricks. It would simply hunt. And he was the prey. His breath slowed as the weight of that realization sank in. I am helpless against this beast. Even if he had his elder power, he would still lose. Now he had nothing. No strength, no allies, no mind games. He was nothing more than a rabbit caught in a trap. A soft breeze whispered through the trees. The scent of damp earth and ancient wood drifted around him, wrapping him in the overwhelming presence of the glen. Eldritch slowly lifted his head. He could feel it. Somewhere out there. It was coming. The hunt had begun. Eldritch crouched low, pressing his palm into the damp earth, his breath controlled, his thoughts racing. The Alpha was coming. It would be here soon. He had no time to build a fortress, no time to dig pits or construct elaborate snares, no time to overthink. But he didn't need time. He had knowledge, and knowledge was all a hunter ever needed. Fire would not stop the Alpha, but smoke would blind it, dull its nose, steal its breath. Eldritch's fingers worked fast. He gathered the driest wood he could find, small, brittle branches, snapped from low brush, things that would burn fast and hot. Then he found moss and damp leaves, moist enough to smoulder instead of ignite. 2 minutes later, he had his traps. 3 piles of firewood, spread in a rough half-circle, moss stacked atop the wood, enough to create thick, choking smoke when lit. A simple trigger, a single lit ember beneath each pile, held in place by a ball of dried pine sap. Once the heat built, the resin would ignite, the smoke would rise, and the Alpha would lose its greatest weapon, its senses. Eldritch rushed through the underbrush, his mind recalling every battlefield trick he had ever learned. He needed something to slow the beast, something simple, something fast. His hand snapped a long, thin vine from the trees, stretching it low across the clearing between 2 sturdy trunks. The Alpha wouldn't see it. It wouldn't stop the beast, but it would force it to hesitate. And hesitation was death. Eldritch scanned the trees, looking for something heavy, something unstable. His eyes locked onto a rotting branch, thick and dead but still barely attached to its trunk. He had no time for pulleys, no time for complex mechanics. Instead, he lashed a second vine to the branch, tied it just tight enough that a sudden force, a struggling Alpha tangled in the tripline, would send it crashing down. The moment the beast stumbled, the branch would snap, and when it did, it would fall like a hammer. Eldritch stepped back, wiping sweat from his brow. The traps were set. They were simple. They were crude. But they were effective. And more than anything, they were ready. The forest grew silent. The wind stilled. Somewhere, beyond the tree line, a shadow moved. The Alpha was here. Eldritch took a deep breath, rolled his shoulders, and prepared for the battle of his life. The forest trembled. Eldritch felt it before he saw it. The shift in the air, the silence that followed, the sheer weight of its presence. Then it emerged. From the depths of the trees, a beast unlike any other stepped into the glen. Its fur was dark as the void, absorbing the moonlight rather than reflecting it. Its eyes burned with primal intelligence, not just rage. Its muscles rippled beneath its thick hide, every movement fluid, controlled, purposeful. It was massive, bigger than any Alpha Eldritch had ever encountered, more than a predator, more than a force of nature. This was a creature that belonged to the glen, and Eldritch was the intruder. The Alpha did not snarl. It did not rush forward in a blind frenzy like lesser beasts. Instead, it stepped into the glade with confidence, its head held high, its breath steady. It had already won. It saw Eldritch's traps. It sensed the tension in the air. It understood the game, and it wasn't impressed. Eldritch's chest tightened. He had seen Alphas before, had fought beside them, had watched them lead packs with brutal efficiency. But this was something different. This beast walked as if it owned the world, And maybe it did. Eldritch was trapped. He couldn't run. The Alpha was too fast. He couldn't fight. He had no power, no weapons, nothing but his wits. His only hope had been his traps, but the Alpha saw through them instantly. It didn't fall for them. It didn't hesitate. It merely snorted at them, dismissing them with a slow shake of its head. This was not balance. Lysanor had promised a fair trial, yet this was anything but fair. How could he, a mere man, stand against such a force? Then Eldritch noticed something. The glade was watching. It was subtle at first, a whisper, a tingle at the back of his mind. Then he saw it. The trees, the grass, the air itself. They were watching. The glen was alive. Lysanor's trial was not just a fight. It was a test of balance. And this was no balance. Eldritch was not an equal match for this Alpha. He never had been. So why was he here? Why was he chosen? Then it hit him. The Alpha had been chosen because it was the strongest. Eldritch had been chosen because he was the weakest. This was a test to see if the weak could survive the strong, if mind could overcome muscle, if wisdom could balance primal instinct. Eldritch exhaled, steadying his breath. This wasn't about killing the Alpha. It wasn't about defeating it in combat. It was about surviving, because in nature, survival was balance. The Alpha lowered itself, muscles tensing. It was ready to pounce. Eldritch only had seconds. The glen had given him the answer. Now he had to act on it. The Alpha tensed, muscles coiled, ready to strike. Eldritch knew the feeling. It was the same sensation a rabbit must feel when a wolf sets its sights on it. A force of instinct, a predator fulfilling its purpose, a cycle as old as time. And yet, not all prey perished. The smallest creatures in the wild endured, not because they were strong, but because they understood balance. Eldritch's mind raced. Lions ruled the savannah, but the sparrow still sang in the trees. Bears ruled the mountains, but the hare still darted through the underbrush. Tigers dominated the jungle, but the tortoise endured the ages. The strong ruled, but the small survived, and they did so without teeth, without claws, without brute force. They endured through balance. The Alpha prowled in a slow circle around Eldritch, its eyes locked onto him, waiting for the first sign of movement. This was its territory, its glen. It had walked these lands for centuries. The strongest always survived. The weakest always perished. That was its law. That was its truth. But what if it wasn't? Eldritch had no power, no weapons, no way to fight. But he had something else, a new rule. Eldritch took a slow step back. The Alpha's ears flicked. It was watching every movement, waiting for weakness. Eldritch had no intention of running. Instead, he moved differently. He took another small, slow step, not in retreat, but in something else entirely. Submission. Not fearful, but aware. The Alpha hesitated. It knew fear. It knew strength. But this was not weakness. This was not panic. This was something else. Something it didn't understand. Eldritch wasn't challenging it. He wasn't fleeing from it. He was doing what no one had done before. He was becoming part of the balance. The Alpha stopped circling. This was not what it had expected. Prey ran. Prey hid. Prey fought. But this prey was something different. It wasn't resisting. It wasn't bowing. It was accepting. The glen was watching. Lysanor was watching. Eldritch had realized the truth of the trial. This was not about strength. This was not about dominance. This was about survival. Balance. The Alpha's instincts warred against each other. It wanted to kill. But what was the challenge in hunting something that wasn't running? For the first time, it hesitated. And in that hesitation, Eldritch had found his answer. The smallest creature in the wild. Eldritch knew he was no warrior here. He wasn't the wolf. He wasn't the bear. He wasn't the tiger. He was the sparrow. He was the rabbit. He was the turtle. He was the survivor. And survival was balance. The alpha growled low, uncertain. It had been sent to kill. It had been sent to prove its strength. But this was no battle. This was something else entirely. The rules had changed. And now the beast had to decide. Eldritch stood before the alpha. It was more than a beast. It was nature itself. It was order, instinct and wrath, given flesh and bone. And yet the glen was wrong. Eldritch could see it, could feel it. This was a land of balance, but there was none. The alpha was starving, but not for food, for purpose. There were no birds, no rabbits, no life. The balance was broken. Eldritch took a deep breath, his mind clearing. He had no weapons, no powers, no strength, but he had understanding. He lowered himself onto his knees. Then he bowed. "I give myself to the glen," he said. The alpha hesitated. It sniffed the air, stepping forward, confusion flashing in its deep golden eyes. Eldritch felt it first. A pull, a deep primordial force tearing at him, drawing something from inside. His essence, his being. The glen was taking him. His breath hitched, his body growing weaker by the second. His skin paled, his vision dimmed. Something in the glen shifted. A single feather drifted down from the sky. A sparrow landed on a branch. The trees rustled, the first heartbeat of something new. Then life erupted. Birds took flight. A rabbit bounded through the brush. The earth trembled as deer stepped into the clearing. The alpha stood still. It watched the world return. The glen was waking. The balance restored. Eldritch collapsed. His body fell limp to the ground, his breath leaving him in a final, shuddering gasp. The alpha stepped forward. It sniffed at Eldritch's lifeless form and froze. There was something familiar, a scent long buried in time, a connection to another, to kin, a memory deep in the alpha's blood, an alpha it once knew, a name it did not speak but felt. The beast lifted its head to the sky and howled. The forest stirred. The animals rushed toward Eldritch. A surge of energy, pure, wild, primal. The very essence of the glen. A golden light spilled from the earth, from the creatures, from the alpha itself. It flooded into Eldritch's body. His fingers twitched. His chest rose with a breath. His eyes opened. He had given himself to the glen. But the glen had not needed his sacrifice, only his reminder. When Eldritch sat up, the alpha was gone. The forest was alive. The birds sang. The leaves whispered. The world had balance. He had passed the trial. A soft, golden glow flickered through the trees. A wisp of light danced through the air, weaving gently between the leaves, drifting toward Eldritch. Then a voice that was neither harsh nor gentle, but ancient, a voice that carried the weight of storms and the whisper of the wind. "Eldritch." He turned towards the glow, instinctively straightening his posture. Lysanor, the voice of the wild, the force of balance, the god of the lycans. The wisp hovered before him, its glow pulsing with life. "How did you know?" Lysanor asked. Eldritch exhaled, still feeling the echo of the life that had returned to the glen. "Because of a man," he answered. The light shifted, almost curious. "A man," Eldritch nodded. "His name is Winter." The glow flashed, brightening for a moment, then softened, almost amused. "Oh yes," Lysanor's voice carried a note of recognition. "Winter." The wisp circled Eldritch once, its golden light twisting like a ribbon in the air. "It was I who gave him my strength." Eldritch furrowed his brow. "You Helped him? Freely. Lysanor's voice held no hesitation. Without price, without debt. I gave him what was mine, because he needed it to restore the balance of all things. Eldritch stared at the golden light before him. For a god of primal nature, Lysanor spoke with a calm certainty that was almost unsettling. Eldritch had fought gods, seen them manipulate, trade and scheme, and yet Lysanor had given his power freely because balance demanded it. They spoke for a time, of winter, of realms, of power and purpose. Eldritch felt something shift in the space between them. Lysanor was not like Necros or Nocturna. He did not meddle, did not bargain, did not rule. He simply was. Your trials are complete, Eldritch. The golden wisp drifted closer. The light surrounded him, its warmth sinking into his very soul. Then the world disappeared, and Eldritch was gone. The Shadow of the Past. Chapter 1. The Castle Awaits. Eldritch sat in the dimly lit carriage. The rhythmic clatter of hooves against the cold stone path, echoing through the silent night. The air was thick, damp, and carried the scent of deep earth and decay. The driver said nothing as they rode through the winding mountain pass, where jagged peaks rose like the fangs of a slumbering beast. The road twisted and turned, the forest lining it, stretching like skeletal fingers towards the sky. Then, as they cleared the final bend, it came into view. A castle, ancient and foreboding, its spires clawing at the heavens. The windows were dark, like empty sockets in the skull of some long-dead titan. A crimson glow pulsed faintly within the stone walls, subtle yet undeniable. Eldritch felt something deep within his bones. This place. It was too familiar, too much like the stories he once read, too much like a story he had lived. The driver abruptly pulled the carriage to a halt. His hands trembled as he gripped the reins, his eyes fixed ahead. "This is as far as I go," the man muttered, his voice hoarse, betraying a fear he dared not speak. Without another word, he threw Eldritch's case onto the frozen dirt and snapped the reins. The horses bolted into the night. the carriage vanishing down the pass, leaving only a whisper of hoofbeats in the distance. Eldritch exhaled, his breath a mist in the frigid air. Alone now, he picked up his case and turned toward the looming castle. There was only one thing it could mean. Eldritch clenched his fists. He must destroy what he once was. But how does a man slay his own past when he no longer has the power to stand against it? Eldritch stepped into the grand hall of the castle, its silence a crushing weight upon his shoulders. Dust hung thick in the air, swirling in the dim shafts of light that filtered through the cracked and broken stained glass windows. Cobwebs stretched across the vast ceilings, draping over crumbling chandeliers that once shone with opulence. The once polished floors bore the scars of time, splintered and warped, their grandeur reduced to decay. The castle was dead. His footsteps echoed hollowly through the empty corridors as he wandered its vast abandoned halls. This place had not seen life in centuries, but it had seen death. Eldritch ran his fingers along the ruined tapestries, the faded sigils of long-forgotten houses barely visible beneath the dust. He knew why he was here. He had to find the elder that ruled this castle. He had to destroy it. Yet there was nothing. No signs of movement. No lurking presence. Only the crumbling ruin of a once mighty domain. Outside, the sun began to dip beneath the horizon. The castle seemed to shudder with the changing light, as if waking from its slumber. The long shadows stretched and deepened, devouring the halls inch by inch. Eldritch felt it, the shift. The air grew colder, the silence more alive. Something was coming. He entered a vast dining hall, its former grandeur long since lost to time. A massive table stretched before him, its surface coated in dust, the wooden chairs splintered and broken. Cobwebs clung to the ceiling, swaying gently in the unseen draughts that whispered through the crumbling stone. Then he saw him. At the head of the ruined table, seated like a king upon his throne of rot, was a man, old, dressed in black, watching. Eldritch hesitated, but then strode forward, his pulse steady, his mind sharp. He had come too far to falter now. The man's voice broke the silence, smooth yet weathered, his tone carrying a knowing amusement. "Do not worry, Eldritch. I am not your fight. That will come soon enough." Eldritch stopped a few feet away, watching the old man carefully. There was no fear in his posture, no hostility, only curiosity. "But I must admit," the man continued, his pale fingers tracing the cracks in the wooden table, "I am puzzled, not by your presence. You were always meant to come, but by your intent. Tell me, how do you intend to win this trial?" His gaze sharpened. "A single elder could end you in a mere second. You have no powers, no strength, nothing that could possibly stand against them. And yet, you come willingly into this castle of death, where its inhabitants, each of them powerful elders, await you. And you are just a weak man." Eldritch allowed a small, knowing smile to touch his lips. He met the old man's gaze, unwavering. "Weak? A man? Yes." He stepped closer, the firelight from the half-dead sconces casting long shadows across his face. "But you forget something." The man in black raised a brow. "And what is that?" Eldritch leaned in slightly, his voice steady, calm. "Somehow, I have lived longer than all of those who dwell here." A slow smile spread across the old man's lips. A deep, amused chuckle escaped him. "Indeed," he murmured. "I bid you well, Eldritch." And then he was gone. A whisper of air, a shifting of shadows, and then movement. Eldritch turned sharply. Somewhere in the dark, they had awoken. Eldritch's mind worked swiftly. He needed weapons. He may have been weak, powerless, and alone, but he had one advantage. He used to be one of them. He knew how they thought. He knew their tricks, their powers, their weaknesses. He retraced his steps through the crumbling corridors, moving with calculated purpose. The vast, ruined castle was a mausoleum of the past, its silence thick with anticipation. They were awake now. They were coming. He passed through a grand hall. The floor was nothing but dust. That was useful. Anything that moved would leave a trail. Eldritch's eyes darted across the space. There, shattered wood from an old support beam. He strode over and picked up a jagged length of it, sharp, sturdy. A stake. He gripped it tightly, then knelt. One weapon would not be enough. Taking another shard, he buried it beneath the dust, angled upward. A trap. If he was going to die, he would make them work for it. His next step was bait. Reaching down, he tore a strip of cloth from his already worn sleeve. Then, with a wince, he cut into his palm. The pain was sharp but familiar. He squeezed his fist, letting warm, fresh blood soak into the fabric. A hungry elder would be drawn to the scent. Distracted, he placed the bloody cloth a few paces away, near the hidden stake. A lure. Now he was ready. Eldritch took a deep breath, his grip tightening around his weapon. He knew how this would go. There would not be one. There would be 3, maybe 4. A place as dead as this could not sustain any more. And now they were awake. The silence stretched. The air grew colder. And then a whisper, a flicker of movement in the dark. They were here. The first one appeared. Eldritch tightened his grip on the stake. His body was ready, but his mind knew the truth. Then another, and another, and another. Hundreds. They stepped out of the shadows, their figures tall and gaunt, their eyes glowing like coals in the abyss. They filled the vast hall, standing shoulder to shoulder, a sea of death. Nocturna had sent them all. This was no test of strength. This was an execution. The elders sneered, their lips curling over razor teeth, their laughter crawling across the stone walls. One stepped forward. A woman, once beautiful, now nothing but hunger, wrapped in a mockery of flesh. "Eldritch," she whispered, "the traitor of his kind." The laughter around him swelled. "You come to die." Eldritch collapsed to his knees. This was truly impossible. He had been prepared to die against 3, but 100. He had no chance. The weight of futility crashed over him. The stake fell from his grasp. The old man from before stepped out from behind the crowd. He walked calmly, hands clasped behind his back, smiling with quiet satisfaction. "Did you truly think this would be like any other trial?" Eldritch remained still, his head lowered, his hands slack. "You cannot pass this trial, Eldritch," the old man continued. "You will be my champion after all." His voice was smooth, unhurried, as if he had already won, because he had. "Nothing can save you. Only your loyalty to me. Swear it now, and this will be over quickly." The other elders chuckled, their hunger unrelenting. "Fight, and I'll make sure you go slowly, painfully, and you'll still be my champion." Eldritch had shut down. His mind had given up. He was lost. He had no thoughts, no plans, only instinct, a primitive, resigned instinct to face the inevitable end. And then, a thought, a single thought, a memory, distant but clear, Winter's lab. Winter, speaking in his relentless way, pacing, moving too fast for Eldritch to keep up, filling the room with words. "Eldritch, do you know why sunlight destroys elders?" Eldritch had barely listened at the time. Winter had gone on about the infrared spectrum, about the science of light penetration, how it bypassed the regenerative properties of an elder's body and reached the shadow itself, the thing that kept them alive beyond death. Winter had spoken for hours, too much, too technical, too detailed. Eldritch hadn't absorbed it all, but he remembered one thing. Infrared. Red! His eyes flicked open. The elders around him laughed. They had already won. The old man smirked. But Eldritch's gaze wasn't on them. It was on the crimson glow in the room. The red glow that had been there since he arrived. The faint, eerie red light that pulsed within the castle's stone walls, its ancient banners, its dust-covered chandeliers. Crimson light. Eldritch had assumed it was Nocturna's influence. But what if it wasn't? What if Nocturna had no control over it at all? A spark ignited in his mind, a single desperate gamble. His fingers curled into fists. He had been wrong before. This wasn't impossible. And he wasn't going to die here. He had the answer. Eldritch stood. His fingers closed around the wooden stake as he rose to his feet. The laughter of the elders echoed through the chamber, but it no longer touched him. Something inside him had shifted. Confidence. Hope. He said nothing. He did not need to. Instead, he walked forward, straight toward them. For the first time, they took a step back. Some sneered, amused by his foolishness. Others simply watched, but all of them felt it. Something had changed. Eldritch wasn't playing their game anymore. He was playing his own. No weapons? That wasn't true. He had one. A trump card he had been carrying all along. His crimson deer, his own, was dull, its power locked, until he completed the trial. But the one from Victor Halloway's mansion. Eldritch slipped his hand into his pocket. His fingers closed around the smooth surface of the second crimson tear. He lifted it high. It shone bright. Crimson. Red. A sharp, unearthly glow flooded the chamber. The elders recoiled. A scream rang out. The red light burned through the shadows. Some of the vampires collapsed where they stood, disintegrating into nothing. Others fled, vanishing into the darkness, escaping the crimson inferno. Eldritch knew. He had known the moment he pieced it together. The trials must be balanced. Nocturna had stacked the deck against him. But this was still a game, and games had rules. This was his move. He held the crimson tear high, basking in the searing light, his lips curling into a grim smile. "Thank you, Simon," he whispered. The last few elders vanished into the shadows, leaving only one figure standing. The old man, unmoved, unaffected. And then slowly he lifted his head. His face shifted. The illusion melted away. Nocturna. His black eyes burned with rage, but he did not move. He could not. He could not upset the balance of the trial. Eldritch saw it in his face. He saw the frustration, the desire to tear the game apart, but he couldn't, and Eldritch almost wished he would. Because if Nocturna interfered, winter would come. The castle lay in ruin, its halls filled with the distant echoes of the dead. The once proud fortress of the night had become nothing more than a tomb. The air was thick with dust and the lingering scent of ancient decay. But something else filled the stone corridors now. Fear. For the first time in centuries, they were afraid. Eldritch stepped forward, his boots crushing the brittle bones of time-forgotten prey. In his hand, the crimson tear burned like a captured sun, its light slicing through the suffocating darkness. The castle walls trembled with the terrified whispers of its inhabitants. The elders had known no fear for centuries, until now. A rustling, barely audible, came from the rafters above. Eldritch didn't look up. Instead, he raised the crimson tear, tilting it slightly so that its glow reached the high beams. Instantly, a piercing shriek split the silence. A figure, shriveled and grotesque, tumbled from the ceiling, its flesh peeling away in ribbons as it fell. It hit the ground, writhing in agony, its hollowed-out eye sockets melting into black ichor. Eldritch stepped forward and drove his boot down on the creature's throat. The scream stopped. From the darkened corridors, shadows scattered like rats. The great lords of the night, who had once ruled in absolute power, were running. They had fed upon generations of mortals, ripping them from their homes, draining them without hesitation. And now they knew what it meant to be hunted. Eldritch followed without mercy. A flicker of movement ahead, a door left slightly ajar. He moved swiftly, forcing it open. Inside, a woman clad in ornate robes, her skin like withered parchment, gasped as the red glow illuminated her. She hissed and recoiled, crawling backward like an insect. Eldritch threw the crimson tear into the room. The light exploded outward, and she screamed as her skin blistered and peeled. She tried to shield herself, but it was too late. Her body disintegrated into dust, her bones cracking apart as they collapsed to the floor. He picked up the crimson tear and moved on. He found them in the walls, behind crumbling bookcases, locked in iron coffins. A tall, skeletal elder attempted to flee through a hidden passage, but Eldritch was faster. He slammed the stone door shut and held the crimson tear close to the cracks. The vampire howled from the other side, his voice rising to an agonized pitch before fading into nothing. Another tried to bury himself beneath the floorboards. Eldritch pried up the wood with his bare hands and shoved the light into the hole. A pair of clawed hands rose, reaching desperately, before turning to dust. In one of the grander chambers, a cluster of lesser elders had gathered in a circle, whispering incantations. Eldritch kicked in the door. Elders, hissing, scrambling. "No! Stop him!" One lunged, but Eldritch had already raised the tear. The glow poured into the room like a flood of fire. The elders screamed, their voices merging into a single unholy shriek. Their robes disintegrated as their flesh peeled from their bones, their eyes sinking into empty sockets before they collapsed into the dust of ages. Silence. Eldritch stood in the doorway, breathing heavily, his grip tightening on the tear. There was one left, deep in the castle's crypt, behind a massive iron gate. The final coffin waited. Eldritch knew whose it was. He had sensed it from the moment he arrived. The head of the castle, the one who had ruled over this place for centuries. He walked forward. The coffin was ornate, decorated with gold filigree and ancient symbols long forgotten by mankind. The lid was slightly open. A trap. He reached forward slowly. A whisper of movement. The lid exploded upward, a pair of ghoulishly long arms shooting out from within. A clawed hand grasped at Eldritch's throat. Fast, inhumanly strong, Eldritch drove the stake into the creature's chest. The elder screamed, clawing at him, trying to push him away, but Eldritch held firm, twisting the stake deeper and deeper, driving it through the ribcage. The elder thrashed violently, knocking over ancient urns and candelabras, his face contorted in agony, black blood spilling from his lips. Eldritch did not stop. He kept pushing. The elder groaned in pain, then in rage, then in fear. Then he stopped. His body slumped, the black ichor still oozing from the wound. The elder shuddered one last time before his entire form withered into ash. Eldritch stood in the main hall of the castle. He was breathing hard, his hands shaking. His entire body was splattered in black blood, his face smeared with the remnants of his hunt. The crimson tear in his hand flickered weakly. A voice, Nocturna, my. Eldritch. Eldritch slowly turned. In the grand throne at the far end of the hall, Nocturna sat, smiling. His dark eyes gleamed with amusement. Nocturna, grinning. I had hoped you would pass this little trial of mine. And look at you. He gestures at the black blood smeared across Eldritch's face. I see one of my dear elders put up a fight. Eldritch doesn't respond. His expression is unreadable. Something is wrong. He feels sick. Nocturna's smile widens. And now, my champion, it is time for the real fight to begin. The castle was silent. Not the kind of silence that came from peace, but the kind left behind after violence, after annihilation. Eldritch stood in the grand hall, the weight of his hunt crushing down upon him, his vision blurred, his breath ragged. Something was wrong. His body ached, his stomach twisted in ways it never had before. His hands trembled, his legs felt weak beneath him. He staggered slightly, gripping one of the ancient stone pillars to steady himself. His fingers smeared the surface black. The elder's blood, thick and tar-like, clung to his skin like a stain that could never be washed away. It covered him, his face, his clothes, his very being tainted with it. From the shadows of the grand hall, a voice echoed, smooth, amused, triumphant. Nocturna. My. Eldritch. Eldritch forced his head up. At the far end of the chamber, seated upon an ornate throne, Nocturna reclined lazily, his fingers steepled together, his dark eyes gleaming with a sinister light. He smirked, observing Eldritch's battered state, the black blood, the weakened stance, the visible exhaustion. Nocturna. You look unwell. Eldritch didn't answer. He couldn't. His throat was dry, his stomach burned, his entire body felt foreign. He had taken hundreds of lives before, yet never had he felt like this after. Never this sick. But Nocturna, unaware of the true cause, misread his suffering. He leaned forward, his smirk deepening. I must say, I had wondered if you could do it, if you could really bring yourself to kill your own kind. He paused, tilting his head slightly. Well, former kind. Eldritch's jaw tightened. He had expected mockery, expected Nocturna to revel in the carnage he had been forced to unleash. But Nocturna wasn't just pleased, he was proud. To think, the infamous Eldritch, the hunted, has become the hunter, and quite the merciless one at that. I felt their fear, you know, their despair, how they ran, how they begged. You didn't just kill them, Eldritch. He leaned back, smiling. You broke them. Eldritch's fingers curled into fists. He could still feel the last one struggling beneath his grasp, the stake in his hand sinking deeper and deeper. He had never enjoyed killing. Never. And yet, standing there now, covered in their blood, with a sickness gnawing at his insides. He felt as though something inside him had shifted. Nocturna's eyes flicked to the black stain smeared across Eldritch's face. His smirk curled into something more sinister. "Ah, I see one of my dear elders put up a fight." Eldritch remained silent, unmoving. The truth, the real reason for his suffering, sat just beneath his ribs, burning in his veins. But Nocturna did not know. Nocturna only saw the aftermath, the shaking hands, the sickly stance, the blood that had marked Eldritch as one of his own. And Nocturna laughed. "How poetic! You, a mere man, carving through the immortals like a blade through flesh. What a sight it must have been! How I would have loved to watch!" Eldritch forced himself to stand straighter. His muscles screamed, his body threatened to collapse, but he would not let Nocturna see it. Nocturna's laughter faded, but his smile remained. "The real trial is just beginning, my champion." He leaned forward, voice dripping with anticipation. "You see, you may have cleansed the castle, but there is one who has been waiting for you, one who wants nothing more than to see you break." Eldritch's breath shallowed. He already knew. Nocturna's smile widened, as if tasting the very thought on Eldritch's mind. "Ah, yes, you know exactly who I speak of. Your greatest failure, your unfinished fight, the one who still clings to rage beyond the grave." Nocturna stood, his form shifting slightly in the dim candlelight. He gestured with a lazy flick of his wrist. "And now, my champion," he chuckled, "it is time for you to face him once more." The crimson tear in Eldritch's pocket flared to life. The world around him blurred. A sudden pull, a rush of crimson light, and then darkness. The air was heavy, oppressive. Eldritch's boots met solid stone, the sound echoing through an empty, vast arena. The place was colossal, its high walls etched with the marks of countless battles. The smell of old blood clung to the air like a ghost. Eldritch staggered, his vision swimming. The sickness inside him still churned, but he ignored it, because ahead of him, standing motionless in the center of the arena, was a man. No, not a man, a monster. His back was turned, but Eldritch could already feel the hatred radiating from him, the sheer weight of rage. The figure twitched, then turned slowly. A familiar face, a face twisted by madness. Duncan McDrustan. His lips curled, baring teeth that had tasted the destruction of countless lives. His body, massive and monstrous, trembled with barely restrained fury. But his eyes were where the true nightmare lay. They burned with something that wasn't human, something that had been left to fester in the abyss for far too long. Nocturna's voice echoed from the unseen heavens, a whispered promise of carnage. "One-on-one, Eldritch. No weapons, no tricks, no shadows to hide behind." He chuckled. "You will not win." Eldritch's jaw tightened. Duncan took a single step forward, the stone beneath him cracking under the sheer weight of his presence. Then he charged. In the blood-drenched arena of Nocturna's realm, the air thick with tension, Eldritch stands, visibly weak, his skin pale, his breath shallow, black ichor drips from his lips, a poison he cannot purge. Before him looms Duncan McDruston, a monster forged in rage and destruction, the beast of a man, taller and broader than any warrior, eyes wild with madness, moves like a force of nature. Duncan snarls at Eldritch. "You cheated me, Eldritch. You stole my victory. You stole my right. And now I will rip you apart piece by piece." Duncan lunges. There is no hesitation, no pause, no restraint. He slams into Eldritch with the force of a warhammer, sending him flying across the stone floor. Eldritch barely has time to react before Duncan is on him again. A brutal fist crushes into his ribs, then another. The sound of cracking bones echoes in the empty arena. Eldritch staggers, gasping, but Duncan doesn't stop. He grips Eldritch by the throat, lifting him off the ground with one arm as if he weighs nothing. Duncan, screaming in rage, spittle flying from his lips. "You do not deserve to die quickly, traitor. You do not deserve an end, only suffering." Eldritch's body twitches in his grip, his hands clawing weakly at Duncan's wrist, but the strength is gone. His vision blurs, black ichor spills from his lips, his limbs go slack. Then, with a sickening crack, Duncan twists Eldritch's neck. The sound reverberates like a thunderclap. Eldritch's body hangs limp, silent, lifeless. Duncan stares, his breath heavy, his chest rising and falling with each rage-fueled gasp. Then his grip tightens, shaking Eldritch's lifeless form, refusing to believe it's over so easily. Duncan, roaring like an animal, shaking Eldritch's body violently. No, you don't get to die yet. You don't get to just leave. I need to hear you scream. I need to destroy." But there is nothing. No resistance, no pain, only the stillness of a broken corpse. Duncan drops Eldritch's body to the ground with a dull thud. He steps back, chest heaving, staring at the broken man before him. Duncan, his voice lowering, breathless, madness still seething beneath the surface. "I have won." He takes a staggering step back, then another, as if unsteady on his own feet. His mind reels. He has never felt such a void before. He should be victorious. He should feel satisfaction, completion, but instead, there is nothing. Nothing but silence. His lips peel back in a snarl, his hands clenching into fists as the realization strikes him like a dagger to the chest. He throws his head back and screams, a raw, agonized, insane scream that echoes through the void of Nocturna's domain. Duncan's voice, filled with pure madness. "No!" His howls of frustration shake the very foundation of the arena, but Eldritch does not move. He is still, broken, dead. And yet, something unseen lingers in the air, something beyond Duncan's comprehension, something stirring beneath the surface of the void, waiting. The arena was silent, save for the erratic, heavy breaths of Duncan McDruston. His broad chest rose and fell like a beast on the hunt, his muscles twitching with unspent rage. His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white, his body trembling, his mind lost in the storm of madness that had consumed him for centuries. Duncan, snarling, voice booming like thunder. "I have won. The prize is mine. Now send me back. I must destroy." He threw his head back and howled into the void, his voice stretching far beyond the arena, reaching into the abyss of Nocturna's realm. His veins burned with the promise of bloodshed, of unleashed destruction, of chaos untethered. He needed more. He needed to feed his wrath. And yet, nothing came. No shift in reality, no return to the living world, only silence. Duncan's rage twisted into impatience, his breaths turning to ragged snarls. His wild eyes flickered to Eldritch's corpse, still sprawled on the arena floor, black ichor pooling beneath him, his body unnaturally still. Duncan, spitting, voice venomous. "You are nothing. You never were." He turned away, but then he felt it. The air cooled. A sharp, unnatural chill slithered through the arena. Duncan paused, his body tensing. Something was wrong. Then crack. The sound echoed like splintering bone, like old wood twisting beneath immense pressure. Duncan snapped his gaze back to Eldritch's body. The corpse twitched. A sudden, sickening jolt ran through the lifeless husk. Bones popped and shifted. Skin stretched tight against the skull, aging and rotting in places. The black ichor seeping into his very flesh. His limbs convulsed unnaturally, twisting in ways no human body should move. Then, with an eerie grace, Eldritch stood. Duncan froze. Eldritch's head tilted unnaturally, the movement jagged and stiff, as if testing his own muscles. Then, ever so slowly, his eyes opened. No longer human, no longer dull. They burned. Two deep crimson pools of light. The glow of something ancient, something wrong, something returned. Duncan's rage twisted into something else, something unfamiliar, a feeling he had never once known in all his centuries of war and bloodshed. Fear. Eldritch's lips curled, revealing elongated, razor-sharp fangs. His breath was slow, steady, calculated, and when he finally spoke, his voice was layered, hollow, touched by something beyond the grave. Eldritch. Calmly, but with an eerie finality. "You never understood, Duncan. Destruction is meaningless without purpose." Duncan roared in defiance, shaking off the unease creeping into his bones. His fury ignited once more, surging through his veins like wildfire. He would not be afraid. He would not accept this. He would finish what he started. He charged, his massive body moving with earth-shattering force, his fists ready to break this abomination once and for all. But Eldritch was no longer where he had stood. Duncan's strike hit empty air, and then pain. An iron grip clamped down on Duncan's wrist, a force beyond comprehension, beyond mortality. Duncan's eyes barely had time to widen before snap. His arm twisted violently, bone shattering in a grotesque spiral. A soundless scream tore from his lips, not from pain. Duncan did not feel pain, but from sheer shock. He had never been overpowered. He had never been outmatched. But now something had changed. Eldritch was faster. Eldritch was stronger. And Eldritch was merciless. Duncan snarled, his broken arm twitching, but before he could react, before he could even think, Eldritch moved. A blur of shadow, impossible speed, then a single, deliberate swing. Duncan's world shifted. The momentum of the strike carried him, not his body, but his head. For a moment, he felt nothing. Then, he saw his own body standing before him, frozen in place, a fountain of black ichor erupting from the severed stump of his neck. His own lifeless form collapsed to its knees, then toppled forward, the sound of flesh hitting stone a final punctuation to his existence. Duncan McDruston, destroyer of men, harbinger of carnage, the unbreakable, was no more. His severed head hit the ground, rolling to a stop at Eldritch's feet, and for the first time in an eternity, Duncan was silent. Eldritch exhaled, slow and measured. He lifted his gaze to the darkened sky of Nocturna's domain, the crimson glow in his eyes flickering, as if something inside him was still shifting, still awakening. Then, without a word, he stepped forward, leaving Duncan's broken husk behind, vanishing into the shadows of the arena. A deafening boom of thunder split the sky, shaking the very foundation of Nocturna's domain. The shadows around the arena twisted and writhed, screaming in anguish as a form materialized from the swirling abyss. Nocturna had arrived. His towering figure stood, cloaked in blackness, darker than the void itself. His eyes burned with the cold, pitiless rage of the infinite dead. He looked upon Eldritch, his face carved in pure fury. Nocturna, voice echoing like 1,000 whispers from the grave. "You cheated." Eldritch, still weak, his body still recovering from the transformation, stood firm. He wiped the last remnants of black ichor from his lips and met Nocturna's blazing gaze with defiance. Eldritch, calmly, unwavering. "No, I used what was available to me." Nocturna's rage boiled. The ground beneath him cracked and crumbled. The very air around them decayed. Shadows recoiled from his wrath as he stepped forward. Nocturna, snarling, voice shaking the realm. "You drank from my elders. You stole power that was not yours to take. You perverted the trial." But before he could unleash his fury, before he could erase Eldritch from existence, the realm shuddered. A deathly silence fell. The shadows curled away. The ground blackened, rotted, and collapsed into dust. And from the decay, something rose. A skeletal figure, ancient and impossibly vast, clawed its way from the abyss. The very concept of death itself had arrived. Necros, his hollow eyes, bottomless voids of nothingness, locked onto Nocturna. His voice, slow and deliberate, carried the weight of all that had ever perished. Necros, calmly yet absolute. "Hold, Nocturna. This one has completed the trials thus far." The air shimmered, golden dust swirling in the decay. A soft, ethereal wisp spiraled into existence, then expanded. The golden light took form, materializing into Lysanor, god of the lycans, the primal force of nature itself. His voice was not commanding. It did not need to be. It was simply truth. Lysanor, gazing at Eldritch, then to Nocturna. "The trial is complete." A final shift. The golden air tore open, revealing a gateway, a radiant, swirling portal of pure golden energy. From it, a figure stepped forth, the glint of a chrome mask, a familiar presence, a force beyond gods. "Winter." He said nothing. He did not need to. His very presence commanded order. He observed. And he was pleased. Nocturna's rage was uncontainable. His very form distorted, black tendrils of pure shadow lashing at the air barely restrained. Nocturna, growling, voice venomous. "He is not allowed to become an elder. He has violated the trial. I will smite him from existence myself." Strangely, it was Necros who spoke next. Necros, his words slow, final, inevitable. He used what the trials provided. A pause then. "I too was angered at him passing my trial. I did not expect it, but then I understood. These trials are just the beginning." Necros stepped forward, towering over Eldritch. "Necros," to Nocturna, his voice cutting through the void. "His final trial, his ultimate test, will decide everything." For the first time in eons, Nocturna paused. He understood. The three gods locked eyes. Necros, Lysanor, and Nocturna. And then, without another word, they walked away together. Their conversation would last eons. A discussion of fate, power, and the balance of existence. Eldritch had no place in that conversation. Not yet. Eldritch stood, weary but victorious. His body ached, his soul burned with the remnants of the vampire's blood, but he had done it. Winter approached. "Winter." His voice measured, but amused. Well, well. Old friend, it seems you've completed all but one trial, and this last one may well be your greatest challenge yet." Eldritch met Winter's gaze. He was exhausted, but he could not hide his curiosity. "Eldritch, smirking, weak but defiant. Harder than this. Harder than letting that brute kill me so I could become an elder. Do you know how disgusting it was to drink the blood of a dying vampire, to let it rot inside me, waiting for me to die? Winter said nothing. He simply watched, waiting. Then after a long silence, he spoke. Winter, calm yet absolute. You have done well, Eldritch. A pause. And you are the first to complete these trials. Eldritch's expression hardened. He knew what was coming next. Winter, lowering his voice, almost regretful. I cannot help you. I cannot guide you. I cannot influence your choice. A pause, then. I wish you well, old friend. The crimson tear glowed one final time. Eldritch did not hesitate. He grasped it, feeling its familiar pull. And then he was gone. The arena fell silent. Winter stood alone, watching where his friend had vanished. Then quietly, almost as if speaking to no one at all, he murmured, softly to himself, "Choose well, Eldritch." Eldritch appeared in a vast, echoing chamber, the air thick with an unnatural energy. The glow of crimson light pulsed through the very walls, illuminating the room like a beating heart. The energy was almost alive. At the very centre of this immense space, a single object hovered, a crimson tear, unlike any Eldritch had seen before. It was larger, brighter, more powerful. The air around it hummed with divine energy, its radiance casting deep shadows that twisted along the walls. Then, without warning, the tear spoke. Its voice was not singular. It was many, layered upon itself, the voices of Nocturna, Necros, and Lysanor combined. Their tones blended into one, neither threatening nor comforting, simply absolute. Crimson tear, voiced like a chorus of gods. Well done, Eldritch. You are the first to complete these trials. And so, you are the first to face this final trial. Eldritch stood tall, bracing himself for whatever came next. He had fought monsters, outwitted gods, survived impossible battles. But now, in this moment, he sensed something different. This was not a fight to survive. This was something greater. Tear pulsed, its crimson glow deepening, as if feeding off his thoughts. This power is the combined essence of all three gods. It is pure balance. It can be used only once, and it has the power to return you to your realm, to your world. Eldritch felt the energy ripple through him. It was immense, unlike anything he had encountered before. This was true power, power beyond vampires, beyond elders, beyond even the gods themselves. But then, the tear's next words made him pause. But your trial is a choice. Eldritch's expression hardened. A choice. This was the final test. He had been expecting another impossible battle, another unwinnable fight. But no, this was something far more dangerous. A choice. His choice. How you return is your decision. Do you return as a man, as you once were, mortal, finite? Or do you return as an elder, as what you became, power, immortal? Choose, Eldritch, and choose well. The crimson tear pulsed, waiting, watching. The air in the chamber felt heavy with expectation. Eldritch said nothing. He simply stared at the tear, his mind racing. This was it, his final trial. No tricks, no battles, no enemies, only one question, and his answer. The crimson tear pulsed in the darkness, waiting, watching. Eldritch did not answer, not yet. Instead, he closed his eyes, and for the first time in over 1,000 years, he allowed himself to remember. Not as an elder, not as a warrior, but as a man. a lifetime ago. The man called Eldritch. The scent of fresh earth and pine filled the air. The sound of laughter echoed in the open field where a young Eldritch stood, surrounded by friends and life. The golden sun of an afternoon sky shone upon them, its warmth caressing their skin. He was not a warrior, not a vampire, not an elder, just a man who had yet to know loss, pain, or eternity. He was laughing, truly laughing, his arms wrapped around the woman he loved. She was radiant, her eyes full of mischief. They danced in the open field, barefoot, carefree, with nothing in the world to worry about except the setting sun. Nearby, a group of his friends cheered, calling his name. His father clapped him on the back. His mother's voice scolded playfully from the distance, warning them not to be out too late. Eldritch could feel it, the warmth of the sun, the beating of his own heart, the exhaustion from running, from laughing too much, from feeling too much. His chest rose and fell with each breath, his body mortal, fragile, alive. A younger version of himself turned to his love, their hands intertwined. He whispered a promise, one made by men throughout time, a promise as old as love itself. Young Eldritch, forever. His love smiled, shaking her head, amused. His love, forever? What a ridiculous thing to say, Eldritch. Nothing lasts forever. He pulled her close, whispering against her ear. Young Eldritch, I swear it, even if it was possible. I would never leave you, even if the gods themselves willed it. I would defy them. She laughed, and the sound was the most beautiful thing he had ever heard. But then, like all things, the memory began to fade. The light died, the warmth vanished, and the sun set. Eldritch, the Elder, the cost of forever. The world turned cold. The sun was no more, replaced by the pale glow of a blood moon. The once laughing man was gone, replaced by something else. Eldritch stood atop a stone balcony, staring down at a city bathed in darkness. The streets below belonged to him. The creatures of the night bowed at his presence. He had become what he once swore he never would, a creature that defied the gods, that defied time itself. He had become Eldritch the Elder, and for over 12 centuries he had lived. The feeling of a beating heart, gone. The exhaustion from laughter, replaced. Now his body held an unnatural stillness. He did not need to breathe. He did not need to eat the food of men. He had transcended. But at what cost? The memory of warmth was replaced by the taste of blood. His fangs had sunk into thousands, draining the lives of beggars, thieves, kings, and warriors. He had fed on the weak and the powerful alike, not for survival, but because he could, because he was beyond them. The faces of those he had drained blurred together. They meant nothing. They were cattle, mortal, fleeting, temporary. Their names, their lives, their loves, all erased the moment they entered his grasp. And then he saw her. His love, the woman he had danced with under the sun. She stood before him, her face pale, her body trembling. But her eyes were the same. They were filled with fear, heartbreak, and recognition. She whispered his name, but not as a lover. No, she whispered it like a curse, like something to be feared. She begged him to let her go, to remember, to be the man she once loved. But Eldritch did not remember. He only saw prey. He only saw blood. And so he took her, drained her, fed upon the very thing he once swore to never abandon. She was gone, and for the first time in his existence, he felt nothing. The choice that awaited. Eldritch snapped back to the present, his body shaking. The images burned into his mind, the weight of them crushing. The crimson tear watched. It had shown him everything. The life he once had. The monstrosity he had become. You have seen both paths. Now, Eldritch, what will you be? Eldritch did not answer. Not yet. He simply stared, caught between two eternities. One of warmth, of laughter, of life. The other of shadows, of power, of eternity. One step forward, and he could reclaim all that was taken from him. He could breathe again, feel the warmth of the sun, grow old, die. One step forward, and he could take back what was his. Power, strength, the gift of eternity. Never again would he be weak. Never again would he feel loss. He could have one. He could not have both. And so, Eldritch stood, caught between two fates, between two worlds, between the man he was and the monster he had become. The crimson tear pulsed in the void, waiting, watching, the weight of eternity balanced upon the shoulders of the one man who had walked farther than any before him, a man who had lived, who had died, who had transcended, yet now stood on the precipice of his final decision. Crimson tear, its voice deep, endless, timeless. Speak, Eldritch, your choice must be made. What will you be? Eldritch stood before the glowing tear. The two paths stretched before him, the man, the elder. He let out a slow breath. Then he spoke, his voice steady, thoughtful, deliberate. Eldritch, I have lived for over 12 centuries. I have seen the rise and fall of empires, the birth of ideas, the destruction of entire ways of life. I have seen kings become beggars and beggars rise to rule. I have watched as mortals burned their lives away in pursuit of things that, in the end, did nothing but turn to dust in their hands. He clenched his fists, feeling the weight of his words as they left his lips. Power, wealth, immortality, all of it is borrowed. Borrowed from time, borrowed from fate, borrowed from Nocturna. And one day, the debt will come due. I have walked the path of the elder long enough to know this. The crimson tear pulsed, listening. It did not speak. It did not interfere. It simply watched. Yet, I also know something else. Each day as a mortal counts for hundreds as an elder. A day spent breathing, laughing, feeling. A day spent among people, among those who love, those who struggle, those who live. That day is worth an entire century of darkness. The life of an elder is long, but it is empty. The life of a man is fleeting, but it is full. His eyes darkened, his voice steady, unwavering. And yet, to extend my life, to enrich others with what I have learned, to guide them, to save them from the fate of wasting their lives chasing nothing, that too has meaning. To be a teacher, a mentor, an immortal scholar, not to hoard wisdom, but to give it freely, to help others achieve the state I now understand. That would be glorious. The glow of the crimson tear brightened, illuminating Eldritch's face in deep scarlet light. He felt its presence pressing upon him, awaiting the choice, awaiting his choice. Eldritch let out a slow breath, then looked up, not at the tear, but at the reader, at the unseen presence, the watchers of his journey, the ones who had followed him through the trials, through the blood, through the darkness. He turned, his piercing eyes locking forward, locking on them.
So, here I stand, at the edge of eternity, faced with a choice no one before me has ever made. To live again as a man, mortal, fleeting, but to feel every heartbeat, every moment, as though it were my last. Or to remain an elder to watch centuries pass like whispers in the wind, to carry knowledge beyond death, but never again to truly live. If it were you standing here, what would you choose?
The crimson tear pulsed one last time, and then the world vanished.